Huzzah! What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Just so you have to understand. Disagreement Day is Wednesday. Disagreement Day is Wednesday. But since y'all motherfuckers like basketball so much, push it back a day. And one. Don't go anywhere. And one is in the building. Don't go. I need you. This is Disagreement Day. Y'all already know what it is. Eloquently petty, articulate, ass-holding, uppity Negro swag. Y'all already know what it is. Welcome to the fuckery. I am demonetized, so don't try to send super chat. I am demonetized for another month. It's all good. It is all good though. We are still here. Because you know what I like about YouTube? What I love about you is I, for the most part, get to say what the fuck I want to say. Because my friends is out of here in my mouth. I'm talking to y'all. You people get to get all the jewels that my friends think of me throwing at them. Do not throw pearls at swine. That is one of the phrases of the evening. Do not throw pearls. Not the pearls on swine. However the thing goes. You get the point. Right. Eloquently petty, articulate, assholery, uppity Negro swag. This is the Keep It 100 channel. Keep It 100 channel. My name is Marcus. I am your host this evening. What's going on, niggas? We're gonna keep it 100 grand tonight. 100 Okay? Back in Vegas, doing my motherfucking thing. But I am back on this motherfucker. This is Disagreement Day. And a lot of motherfuckers disagree with shit I have to say. A lot of motherfuckers, man. A lot of motherfuckers. But before we get into that, I want to go into a couple things, right? I'm going to share my screen with you because the things I'm going to show you are very relevant to tonight's discussion. So let's go here first. Now, for all you sports fans, I don't watch sports. Monsante Bay, Mr. Bitter Truth Show will tell you I could give a fuck about sports. Okay? If it ain't two motherfuckers in a ring throwing hands at each other, I'm not interested. I don't care what ball motherfuckers is tossing. I'm not there to watch it. But if motherfuckers is doing this shit, I am all in. Check this out, though. So let's get right into this. Okay. Former FSU NFL, and I don't know what wide receiver. I'm imagining that means wide receiver for y'all sports niggas out there. Yeah, you know, I'm about to say, I don't know what the fuck WR is, but I'm going to guess it's wide receiver, right? So, former New York Giants and Florida State wide receiver Travis Rudolph was found not guilty Wednesday on 4 charges stemming from a 2021 shooting that left a man dead after a confrontation in front of Rudolph's Florida home. This is Florida man striking again. Okay. Florida man. Rudolph, who was signed as an undrafted free agent out of college and spent the 2017 season with the Giants, faced 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted murder. He was acquitted by a jury of his peers after claiming the shooting was in self-defense. 2 men were shot and 1 was killed in the incident. Okay? How did this happen? The shooting on April 7th, 2021 came after an altercation between Rudolph and his then girlfriend, Dominique Jones. And the plot thickens. A jury declined Rudolph's request to dismiss the case last year on the basis of Florida's stand your ground law. You know, the same law that Zimmerman used to get off. That shit, you know. Oh, nah, nigga, you don't get stand your ground. You know, so for all my conservative Republicans in this motherfucker, yeah. You know, yeah, stand your ground. It don't work for your black ass, right? Just want to throw that out there for all you conservative Republicans. Now, just to be clear, I am of the belief that the Democratic Party and Joe Biden is doing everything in their power to get Donald Trump reelected. Okay? Biden is a one-term president. He's out of here. Just so the niggas don't get it twisted like I'm some sort of Democrat talking shit on Republican conservatives. If you watch enough of my shit, you know better. Okay? So fuck your stand your ground, nigga. You 3/5 of a nigga. No, you 100% nigga. You 3/5 of a man. But these laws don't apply to you, Dred Scott. Anyway, Rudolph caught 8 passes for 101 yards and no touchdowns, blah, blah, blah. That's great. Let's get past that. After Wednesday's verdict, Rudolph's agent, Zach Hiller of LAA Sports and Entertainment, told ESPN that his client was excited to get back to football. Rudolph is 27 years old. 27 years old. So how did this happen? Pretty much from what I understand of this case, homie got into an issue with his girl and she attacked him. Right? So she went and got how many dudes? At least 3. At least 3 dudes. 3 dudes show up. He shot 2 of them motherfuckers and killed the 3rd one. So that's 3 dudes came through on the behest of this. Oh, thank you, Bay. He said 4 dudes came. So somebody didn't get shot. Okay. Somebody made it out of there. All right. So yeah. 2 motherfuckers get shot. 1 dies. Now I've been in situations like this before. All right. I remember some chick, she tried to get some dude on me. And that motherfucker don't know how close he was to not breathing. He don't know how close he was to getting popped. And I'm sure with all her, I don't give a fuck what you got, nigga. She ain't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you carrying is what she literally said. Because it wasn't her that's going to get shot. Now, if I pop that motherfucker, and I really was gonna, right? And this is Las Vegas. Oh, guns is legal here. Not only is they legal, but yeah, we do have stand your ground. That motherfucker would have been laying on the ground, and it would have been all types of this, oh my God, Rodney, and rest in peace, Rodney, and the motherfucker shot Rodney, and he ain't do nothing, and it would have been all that shit, right? Okay. She was sending that motherfucker to die. Just like this chick, bunch of these females call, they nigga, oh, this nigga did this, and here these niggas come to do whatever. And this is why I don't give a fuck about simps. I don't give a fuck about simps. Okay? Let me tell you something. I am the coldest winter ever. I don't give a fuck about simps. I don't give a fuck about none of this other shit that niggas be talking about. Go back in my videos. I've been saying the same shit since I've been here. I don't give a fuck about niggas trying to rescue bitches that's on this bullshit. Okay? Masante Bay will tell you, because he knows me for the better part of 10 years. Motherfuckers get what they fucking deserve. If you want to, serve under the high table, and there will be a lot of table talk tonight. If you want to serve under the high table of bitches, and you get your ass popped, won't be a wet eye, and cry me a river, motherfucker. Gonna be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing. Pardon me, bitter truth. At any rate, I don't give a fuck. This is the simp army in action, your proxy soldiers. Okay? This is the proxy soldiers. AM1, you're getting me twisted. We'll get to all of that later. Stop getting defensive. So understand this. Understand this. This is why I hold this position. This is why I hold this position. Because of shit like this. So now, whoever son that was, or whoever she was or he was, this dude that got shot and killed, whoever he was to her, right? That nigga's gone now. You sent that nigga to get popped. Now he dead. Now this nigga wrong. How could he do this and this and that? But you sent these motherfuckers to fuck with this man. Okay? So that's one story I wanted to cover. All right? Let's go into another one, shall we? Let me pull this shit up. I'm gonna have some fun here. Right? More simp tales, right? So let's go here, right? Let me scroll down. Okay, let me share another story with you. And this happens to be one. Whoa, this is funny. Whoa, this shit is funny. This shit is some shit. Hold on, let's go here. I ain't like that other link. Let's go here. All right. So let's go here, right? Motherfuckers, man. So here we go. So here's another one. So adult actress. I'm sure y'all might have heard of this one. Adult actress airs out Zion Williamson after girlfriend's pregnancy reveal. These athletes, man, they just the gift that keeps on giving. They just the gift that keeps on giving, man. So this nigga was flying out, smashing, right? Sending her text messages. I guess Shorty thought she was in a relationship. She thought she was in a relationship. This nigga had a whole girlfriend. So Mariah, who I'm very acquainted with, not in that sense. So before you start thinking, but I know this person. I knew her before she was a Mariah Mills and a porn star because she shot for us. She was a eye candy model. She's actually on the cover of one of my magazines, which if I could reach for it, I'd show it to you. But she's on the cover of one of my magazines, Mariah Mills. So I know her get down. Okay. That motherfucker done been passed around like a football. And this is before the porn career. Okay. At any rate, so Zion Williams and his girlfriend, Akima, happily revealed this week that they have a baby on the way, but not everyone shared their joy. Adult actress Mariah Mills went on a multi-tweet spree claiming that she recently had relations with the New Orleans Pelicans star and could not believe he got another one. I can't believe you got another woman pregnant. Bitch, you a whole porn star. The soon-to-be parents shared the news of their baby girl on Tuesday. Congrats, Zion Williamson. I'm happy. I said Williamson. I'm happy for you. Mariah Mills tweeted on Wednesday. The tweet was accompanied by a screenshot of alleged Snapchat messages with a two-time NBA All-Star is telling Mills he loves the way she looks in a pair of jeans. And he's going to FaceTime her to talk about moving. A few weeks later, she shares some screenshots with a former Duke Blue Devils claims that he did not have a girlfriend and wanted to move Mills to New Orleans. And here's the text right here. This shit ain't alleged. This is real shit. But you know what? Nah, fuck it. It's alleged. I don't want to be sitting next to Tasha K out this motherfucker. Allegedly, this is the text. Allegedly. I ain't even mad. This is some toxic shit. I'm going to move you out here, bitch. And in the meantime, ta-da! Congratulations. We about to have a baby. Like, oh my God, what a way to find out you the side bitch. Through the news. You found out you was the side bitch. The side bitch. You take dick for a living, right? Now, look, hoes need love too. Don't get it twisted. Hoes need love too. But I wonder what now, because I ain't worried about Mariah Mills. She'll be all right. She, you know. But I'm wondering how's this going to work out for homie's relationship? You know what I'm saying? How's this going to work out now? His girl knows. And his spot is blown. Spot's blown up. You having a kid with your, let me get this off the screen. You having a kid with your girl. You having a kid with your girl. And your side chick. It's like, that nigga was fucking me. That's right. I sucked his dick the night before last. What you say, bitch? I said I sucked his dick the night before last. You gotta be old enough to get that one, right? You gotta be old enough, right? So hold on, I got one more. It's more athlete fuckery. This is all courtesy of Bernard Riley. Shout out to Bernard Riley. Shout out to Bernard Riley. Okay. I appreciate you. But I had to cover these. Right? So I'm gonna pull this up. I ain't gonna play no video. So let me share the screen again. Let me share the screen. Let's get it. Yes, that is Belly, sir. Got to be old enough to get that joke. So your boy Shaq was spotted with your girl Brittany Renner. Yo, get that camera out of our face. So Shaq hit up an LA hotspot for dinner, and the NBA legend was joined by none other than the internet personality Brittany Renner. But we're told that it was nothing more than two friends catching up. No doubt, brother. Shaq, Brittany Renner go to dinner in Los Angeles. Hey, these motherfuckers don't learn, do they? Didn't Hoops get this motherfucker? These motherfuckers don't learn. Right. It's just, all that money. The athletes got to be like, I think athletes, in respect to their social skills regarding women, some of these motherfuckers got to be the dumbest niggas. And you figure because early on they were in school and they had access to all these females, that at this point they will kind of be initiated into how this works. But athletes and rappers got to be some of the dumbest motherfuckers, right? Some of the dumbest motherfuckers when it comes to how they move with females. You know what I'm saying? Athletes and rappers, right? So at any rate, and Shaq is the same guy. Like, he said he ain't gonna, his fortune ain't going to his sons, it's going to his daughters. And again, simps. This is what I'm talking about. This is the culture we come from, right? Simp culture. Very important that motherfuckers become initiated into this understanding about how this shit works. That's how this shit works, bro. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why this information is important. Now, this is Disagreement Day. So we gonna have a couple conversations. Shout out to AM1, because at some point I'm gonna throw the link to AM1, and because I don't have AM1 anywhere else but here, anywhere else but here, pardon me, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Just understand that if your name is not AM1, I'm gonna drop you. So don't bother hitting the link when I throw it out there. Okay. So for about a week, I've not been on YouTube, but I watch videos, right? So I've been watching this back and forth. It's been very interesting. And shout out to AM1, AM1, I was on his platform, and they treated me with respect. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to him, shout out to Sly, shout out to everybody they're affiliated with. They treated me with respect, right? So what I would like to do, if he's up for it, me and M1 are going to have a conversation about the past week. The past week in the Manosphere shit has been very interesting, to say the least. Now I'm moving around, I'm outside, I'm inside, I can't do any, streams or jump on anyone's panels, but I've been watching the different videos. And one, if you're in the chat, just press 1 or do something, right? But at the end of the day, the conversation that has been floating around between Am1 and a few of the guys in this space has been interesting. And I remember telling Am1, I consider Am1 to be Manosphere. I'm sure a lot of you people remember that at one point, cats were going at my head because they thought that I was coming for the space. And it's not so much that I was coming for the space, it was certain ideas that that were going around in the space, right? And we're all grown men, and we agree and we disagree, and we can be civil about our disagreements. And that's what I believe, especially when we have guys in here who throw words around like we're rational, we're critical thinkers, we're we're intellectual. So when you're throwing around these sorts of words and phrases, what should not happen is insults, mudslinging, this sort of shit. Now understand, y'all motherfuckers know eloquently petty means that I can be petty. Eloquently articulate asshole means that I can be a dickhead if you like me to be a dickhead. I'd rather not. I'd rather have the conversation. Now, we know there's been a few people that I've had to be a dickhead with, and I'm sure that I'll have to be a dickhead again. Positive. And I have no problems being a dickhead, whether it be online or in real life. I have no problems with being an asshole if necessary. I suggest that you guys, and I suggest it all the time, black men, know how to turn on that asshole. Know how to turn on that dickhead when you need to. I don't think that black men are savage enough. I think black men are some complacent motherfuckers. And I'm not necessarily talking about you. I mean, as a collective. As a collective, I think that black men tend to be very complacent. So, again, like I said, it's been a very interesting exchange between, I'm gonna say some names here, between BGS, between Am1. You understand? Now, I'm about to say something that'll shock you. And I gotta say it. Because at one point, this was among men behind the scenes, but now I'm gonna have to bring it public because it was brought public. Just understand, right? I accept the labels that are given to me. You understand? If you work hard for your labels, and when I say work hard, I don't mean like necessarily labels you want. I'm talking about the labels that might be given to you by way of actions or words that you might say. Shout out to Romello as usual. Oh man, this motherfucker. I appreciate that. Hold on. Shout out to Romello for the $50 super chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So, Romello, any statements you make, since it's a cash app, since I ain't got super chats, I will be highlighting the comments of anybody who is sending me cash apps. If you make a statement, I will highlight it like it's a super chat, since I got you, M1. I got you. Just let me know. Just let me know. So any label that I'm called, right? That I have put enough effort out, work, to be called the label. For instance, I have been called a misogynist. Okay. Now, the definition of a misogynist is someone who hates women. Someone who hates women. There are women that will tell you, I don't hate women, right? I don't put up with their bullshit. They'll tell you that too. But I don't hate women. But I have done enough work in my words on this internet and in real conversations to be labeled a misogynist. So I ain't going to fight it. I'm not going to fight it. Right? So, if you want to call me a misogynist, whatever. Right? So, and let me start with AM1, right? Just in case people missed the stream where I was on with AM1 and Super Sly. So, how I come into contact with SBE, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And SBE is something that I didn't know there was a term for. And these are things that I've been saying forever, but these motherfuckers made up a term. Ty City. Shout out to him. Somebody put out a Manosphere list, right? So my name was on the list, and some people were tripping about being on a Black Manosphere list. They're like, "Oh my God, take my name off the list! Wow, how dare you put this list out?" Okay, I don't give a fuck. I've done enough work on this internet to be labeled Manosphere or Black Manosphere. So I want to tell you, I didn't jump in there to be like, "Hey, what's my name doing on this list? Take my name off." God damn it. The fuck? Because everybody's like, "Oh, the feds, the feds, the feds." The feds don't give a fuck about y'all. Do you understand how much feds get paid? Are they not going to pay feds in man hours to investigate a bunch of motherfuckers talk about the shit we talk about? Trust me. I know feds. You know feds, Marcus? Yes, I know feds. They don't give a fuck about what y'all niggas talking about. Okay? So I was on this list. It's like, okay. So then, these dudes ain't shoot at me, because for all intents and purposes, my name's on the list. I'm Manosphere, so them motherfuckers could have been like, "Fuck this nigga, fuck him, bitch ass, Manosphere ass nigga," whatever they think about the Manosphere, they could have shut it down. They brought me up on the panel. I waited for my turn to speak, and then I asked, "What is SBE?" And they explained it to me, right? Shame, blame, and explain. Shame, blame, and explain. Right? So, okay, I worked for my title, right? Now, one title that will make me upset, because not only have I not worked for it, but I've done a lot of work and put out a lot of effort to the contrary, is do not call me a liar. Do not call me a liar, because we will fight. Okay? So, with that said, Edward Anderson, okay? And here comes the shocking shit. Not too long ago, I made a post on my community tab. And I said, I don't care how you guys feel about what Ed says. Pardon me, about how his voice sounds or his emotions or this or that, or, all the other shit that people say about Ed. I say, Ed be dropping some shit. Has my opinion on that changed? Absolutely not. In terms of what Ed says on his streams, I don't give a fuck if the nigga ain't fucking 5 years. The shit he's saying is correct. However, Ed, you're my guy. But you got up on your stream the other night and you accused me of a couple things. Okay? You accused me of a couple things. You told 100 people, you had 100 people in there, and you told them that during my Let's Talk SBE stream that I muted Marty McFly so that Sexy Red TV could speak. I would play this snippet from your live if not for the fact that you made the video private. The only reason I'm speaking on this is because you spoke on it on a stream. I'm going to highlight this comment. It said, Edward Anderson's mother just passed away. Go easy on him. See, now this shit is complicated. I'm going to go easy, but I done started to talk. If somebody told me this shit yesterday, I probably wouldn't have mentioned this. I would have let it go. Okay? Condolences to Edward Anderson. Condolences to Edward Anderson on his mom's passing away. I'm going to hit him up because I can. I got his information. I'm going to hit him up. That's crazy. So I'm going to change the context of what I'm about to say because I'm going to say it anyway. Ed said that. Ed said that I muted Marty to let her speak. And that's a lie. Stream is there. You can go look at it. It's there. Shout out to you, Maul. I see you, Maul. Mr. O, I see you. Toya, I see you. Understand this. When I did that stream, I created the stream. It was called Let's Talk SBE. I had just got back into Nevada. I haven't been part of any conversations before that about SBE other than the conversation that I had with Ramil and Am1 on his channel. And Am1, you have to correct me if it's Am1 or AM1. I'll clear that up when you get here. But this is the thing. And I have to say this. Shout out to Red Pill Revelator. I see you. Hey, Nu, what's good? What's good, Nu? Shaka Nu. Nulu, I see you. So I want to make this very clear. And, you know, there was some other things about, oh, Sexy Red TV shouldn't have been in the conversation and you let her talk shit on you and this, that, and the other, right? So let me say this. Let me say a few things. Number one, before that stream, I didn't know who Sexy Red TV was. I come here, I drop my streams, and I leave. Okay? From what I understand now, this issue with Ed and Sexy Red and, you know, all of this, you know, the SBEs and the Logispheres and all, this shit has been going on for a while. I wasn't in nobody's shit. Shout out to Beretta 9. Okay, so and Beretta 9 says that bitch shouldn't have been there though. So let me explain something to y'all. Okay. I don't give a fuck how anybody else runs their shit. But what niggas won't do is come here and tell me how to run this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. This shit demonetized, nigga. I don't give a fuck. This ain't about no bread. This ain't no grift. Okay? I don't care about what nobody else do. This shit is the Keep It 100 channel, and I am Marcus. And Marcus will run this bitch how he wants to run it. Now, if this ship ain't going in the direction you would like to go in, next stop is coming, and you can keep it moving. So I don't know. I don't look. I bring people in that night, and you can go watch the stream. Put the link in the chat. I didn't send a link out to people who I wanted on that wasn't planned. I planned to get on, say what I had to say, put the link out there, and whoever wanted to come in could come in. I seen people pop up. Anybody who does StreamYard knows how this works. Okay? I seen people pop up. I bring people up into the panel. Now, if a motherfucker comes in and gets disrespectful, talk crazy, this and that, I drop them. So unless somebody about to give me a rule book or a handbook that a motherfucker is supposed to have in order to run his fucking streams in this bitch, pass it to me. Now, what I might start doing, and then shout out to Bernard Riley again, is putting up a bounty. And when I do panels, I will put out that there's a bounty. And if you want a motherfucker removed from the panel, you gotta pay. You gotta pay. And that bounty is going to start at $50. And it might go up. If motherfuckers are going to tell me how to run my shit, nigga, you're going to put dollars on wood. But again, I didn't know who Sexy Red TV was to know that any beef had transpired between her and anybody on the panel. I put the link in the chat. It was open. Okay? I put the link in the chat. It was open. So understand. Shout out to Ed. But Ed, you my dog. But you don't run Keep It 100. I do. That night on that panel, go back and listen. I didn't speak more than other niggas did. I let the conversation go. How I run this shit, I say what I say in the beginning. Once I bring a panel on, I let them speak. I let them rock. I let the conversation do what it do. The other thing, there was 100 motherfuckers in the chat. Because apparently, these SBE niggas is deep. Ramil came through, and he brought the Verizon clique with him, right? It's also told to me that niggas was going at Ed in the chat. I'm in the conversation. I have moderators with wrenches. Ed has a wrench. BGS has a wrench. I think Marty McFly has a wrench, right? Understand this. If you are in a gunfight and I pass you a gun and you don't shoot, nigga, that's on you. Don't come to me talking about, yo, they was going at me in the chat and you ain't do nothing about it. Listen, I don't moderate the chat. Niggas got wrenches. That's what the wrenches are for. It's not my job to delete or block everyone from this channel that insults you. That shit doesn't have anything to do with me. It's not my job. I didn't call them here. Nothing. On the Keep It 100 channel, niggas say what they gotta say. I invite smoke. I invite pushback. Right? I don't censor people. I don't censor people. In that conversation, everybody that was on the panel got a chance to speak. And I want to make sure everybody got a chance to speak, whether I agree with them or not. And if somebody on the panel felt disrespected by someone else on the panel, they had all the latitude to speak on it. Another thing that I heard come back on this Let's Talk SBE stream to me was Sexy Red TV. She talked over BGS. No, in fact, she didn't. What happened was Romello asked BGS a question. And before he could answer, Miss Sexy Red TV came in and asked one on top of it. Now, BGS, and shout out to him, could have ignored her and answered Ramil. Or Ramil could have repeated his question. But for niggas to come at me, and I'm just there listening to the conversation like everybody else. But there was a lot of moderating that I was doing for the conversation. I can't moderate the conversation and the chat. And Beretta, I said it starts at 50. But if motherfuckers gonna call shots over here, money on the wood make it all go good. Now, in the past, I would say I don't give a fuck about no money. But as soon as motherfuckers start dictating shit, there's a fee, nigga, for telling me what the fuck to do. Because there's this other idea that niggas want niggas to work for free. Again, I love being on this motherfucker. I love it. Because I could talk my shit. Then I could get to show off my little magnificent camera work and shit. But if niggas are going to call shots, surcharge, bitch. Okay? Surcharge. So for everybody, she shouldn't have been there. How you gonna have a bitch on the show and all this macho shit, right? All this macho shit, right? Mind you, any other time, niggas be caping and all type of other shit. Won't get into it. Brought the bitch in, maybe. She might have said some entertaining shit. I didn't bring it. I don't know who the fuck she is. And read in the chat, I saw what they were saying in the chat. Oh my God, it's Sexy Red. Oh my God. I'm like, okay, a wild card. Let's see what this bitch might add to the conversation. I'm here for the fuckery. Understand? I'm here for the fuckery. So Larry Legend says she was a chaos agent adding nothing. Maybe entertainment value. And then I will determine whether the bitch gets to breathe some more on this motherfucker or not. Ain't nothing to drop a bitch. Ain't nothing to drop a nigga. But if niggas want to control shit, the bounty starts today. The bounty starts today. And it will only be a bounty when I say there's a bounty. So there will be no bounty for AM1 tonight. Okay? There will be no bounty. So before anybody thinks, anytime we having a panel. No. When I institute a bounty, it will be on screen. Y'all know. These motherfuckers want to call shots. Let's get this paper out. Let's get this paper out. Because I'm fucking offended. Niggas lying on me in this motherfucker. I muted Marty to let her speak. Actually, what happened was Marty had got into it with Ramil. You understand what I'm saying? He had got into it with Ramil. And I spoke to Marty. Marty ain't call me complaining. BGS ain't call me complaining. Nobody else on the panel on that video made no videos throwing shots at me because I did some foul shit. Only one upset was Ed. Oh, we spoke after the stream, but I ain't gonna go into that. I'm just addressing what he said on his stream. And for those who saw it, that's what happened. If you think I'm full of shit, go and play the video. There was no discussion about what we was going to do that night. I didn't know who was going to show up. Oh, you changed the name of the stream after we did the stream. That's a lie. It's a lie. Oh, Marcus, you be playing dumb and you say this and you do something else. Nigga. Again, the label I do not accept is liar. I don't give a fuck what else you say. That shit, we can joke around. You call me whatever you want, and I'll talk shit back. But liar is an issue. The shit is called Keep It 100 for a reason. Because I tell the truth when you don't like it. With all that said, Ed, my condolences to you and your loss. But I had to say that because he made it public. Because I'm on some man shit. Conversations that happen in the background don't become public. I would have never mentioned it. But he made it public. And to that point, I'm going to say, Ed, in some ways, I can see why niggas, go at you the way they do. Got to chill, brother. I understand that some of this shit is passionate for a lot of niggas. I get it. Because niggas is dealing with some shit regarding these topics and these issues. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of this shit that we talk about is real for niggas. Again, we just went through a couple articles. Niggas ain't got no stand your ground defense. Niggas got chicks bringing niggas to come. I done been set up twice, or attempted set up. Two attempts. Women who attempted to set me up twice. And because I never trusted bitches, shit ain't work. I'm a hard nigga to get. You understand? So, and I'm not saying that to give niggas any ideas. I'm just saying. And I'll take the charge. Just understand that one thing I won't accept is being called a liar. Now, this is Disagreement Day. If anybody has a disagreement that they want to talk to me about before AM1 jumps on here, let it be known. We'll talk briefly. You can ask me any questions or whatever. Hey, Nulu, I'm not from Vegas. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from New York. But at the end of the day, if anybody, this is Disagreement Day, people. I know I say a lot of shit y'all niggas ain't feeling. So if you got something you got to get off your chest, today's the day to do it. And Disagreement Day will be a series. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Disagreement Day will be a series. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to do it on a Wednesday. If y'all motherfuckers got to get y'all NBA or NFL fetish off, then I'll push it back a day because I want everybody in attendance. Marty was good. You probably just walked in the room. I just finished talking about that issue. Shout out to Marty McFly. Just finished talking about that issue. Tell Ed my condolences, but I had to address that. And I'm just now finding out that his mom's passed. I had no idea. Said, off my chest, I'm not buying any Eloquently Petty shirts coming soon. I'll put it together. Most def. All right. He said, I want an arrogant assholery. What? That's a slogan. I want an arrogant assholery one. But yeah. So Marty, I'm now instituting the bounty. You know, since I got people telling me who I should and shouldn't have on my channel, right? Or who I shouldn't have on my streams, right? Motherfuckers gotta hit me off with some bread. You didn't get the notification. So and one is actually here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the link for him. Once again, if your name is not M1, don't hit the link. You'll be wasting your time. Don't even do it. So, yeah, man. Disagreement day 2. There will be a 3, a 4, and a 5, and a 6, and all that shit. Shout out to 318 Showtime. I don't know if he's in the building, but you know, AM1 seems to be in his car, right? What's good, bro?
What's going on, man? Yeah, I told you I was driving.
Oh, okay. Nah, I thought you was at the crib by now. I expected to see the lights and the mic and all that fly shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems we have a similar thing going on. But
no, that would have been dope. No, I obviously you moved the show. I knew I was gonna tap in. I knew you was doing a show yesterday, but yeah, had I known, I would have made sure. I would have made it a point to have a proper setup for the occasion. I respect your setup, you know.
Right. I mean, we know what you can do. So you in the car ain't a big deal. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm over here looking pretty janky. My bad.
Nah, it's all good, bro. All right. So yeah, man, there's sunlight over here. It's the West Coast, man. Oh, matter of fact, where you at right now? You in Oakland?
Yeah, I'm in like deep ass East Oakland.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we on the West Coast. We on the West Coast, Mall. It's still summertime and the sunlight still out. You know what I mean? So let's get right into this. Welcome to the platform, brother, and it's good to have you here. The last time we spoke, I was on your platform. It was you and Sly, and we spoke on a couple things. And I just wanted to start them off so they could understand how we got here. So shit, to be I don't know where there's so much to get into, but first tell us for the people who don't know. I mean, is everybody here familiar with it? First, tell me how to pronounce the shit. Is it AM1? Is it AM1?
AM1, just a throwback from my old school like tagger days, and just brought that into my visual media work. You know, just on the nod back to the hip hop tagger graffiti days. AM1.
AM1. Okay, so it's a tag name. Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Good shit. So let's I'm gonna talk to these motherfuckers like it's elementary school. So tell the people about yourself. Just a little brief shit. You ain't gotta give out your social, but like, you know, just so they can understand who you are, what's going on. Talk to us.
Yeah, AM1, videographer, motion graphic designer, Oakland, California slash Mexico. I'm always in between Oakland and Mexico, and soon it might be Vegas. I'm scouting that out too because I got some business opportunities out there. But yeah, man, visual media work. Did a lot of work here in the Bay. Building out the career, doing the visual media work, doing events, event promotion, was doing that real heavy, day parties, night parties. Uh, get into different levels of marketing, working with some bigger firms out in the Bay, just really tapping in with the music scene, which I'm still linked in with now. Just doing it on a more professional level. Like just did a show at Historic Yoshi's Oakland with my guy Dame Drummer. Just working with up and coming artists to really just do, building out projects to where it's kind of like equity stake positions with just different properties, and really just trying to leverage this and just run it up on the creative tip and really on some like dope culture kind of vibes. And found my way into this Black YouTube space, Black Manosphere space. When I had my last day job, I just hit 8 years on fully independent. But I remember sitting in my day jobs in offices, listening to YouTube, Black Manosphere stuff. Came across O'Shea. Would be rocking in this chat, dropping super chats and whatnot. And then some kind of way he found out that I was doing video work and then invited me to come do some streams talking about the barbecue Becky thing way back then. And then came back and did a one-on-one stream with him talking about just videography, finding my purpose, so to speak. That's how he titled it. I think I downloaded that stream. So my whole entrance into the sort of Black YouTube, Black Manosphere thing was by way of the O'Shea faction, because there's the different factions. But it's always, for me, was on the level of, visual media work, videography work, how I can network that, because, and I think this might be the same for you, but I know you do visual media work. But if you've ever worked in the capacity of a freelancer, if you're anything like me, your mind is always on business, on networking, creating opportunities, seeing the angles. So even relative to this space, that was always my energy. And just to be on some like, okay, Black folks around the country, around the world, Black men, sure, we can talk about some different issues facing the Black community and all that, but let's be solutions oriented. Let's be creative. Let's be innovative. Let's use media in a positive way to really like leverage something, but in a real world kind of way. That's just how I live in general. And that's the energy that I always brought to this space. But I'm not perfect. And yes, I'm down for some nigga shit. I got a petty side. So I'll let some of that fly too.
No doubt. How long you been a creator on YouTube?
I mean, I've been dropping videos back in my like event rap days, making beats and whatnot, like since like 2009. Like I was just using that to drop stuff here. Never took it super seriously trying to be a YouTuber or anything like that. Relative to Black Manosphere, that was more like 2018 into 19, more consistent, coming up on streams and panels and whatnot, and dropping videos here and there, but still never super put the pedal to the metal, taking it seriously. Finally got the channel with enough views to work be monetized and all that. Then I'm like, okay, I see some more opportunities here. But still definitely not consistent. Not, I'm just all over the place with it, having fun, just the outlet, because I do work for myself. I work from home when I'm not on shoots. So it's easy for me to tap in, listen in on this stuff, fire up a stream when I want, hop on a panel when I want. But at the same time, my energy is, let's get some kind of positivity out of this. We can get entertainment out of this, but we can go full nigga shit with it too, on a funny entertainment level. But all in all, the higher percentage, I want some positivity out of this.
Right. So once you got into, I guess, when would you say you got it? You said you got into these Manosphere conversations in 2018.
Yeah, right? It's 17, 18-ish, yep.
Right. So at what point would you say you got to a point where you're like, I'm not feeling some of this stuff that's being spoken on? Like, talk about that for a second.
Well, I mean, I guess I could say the whole time. So it just became a matter of percentages, right? Like, the pie chart, how much of it was, okay, the level of niggatry, what I'm saying, on a gauge, what I'm saying? Little by little, oh, wait, is there some kind of message? What is that message? Is it just guys and their issues with women? Is it discussions about the overall Black community? Because all of these things were being discussed on different panels, Sunday Rumbles, blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about some real shit and just let it go off the hook. Okay, cool, entertainment, whatever. Then, other people's panels, married guys over here, single guys over here. Cool, all that fine. But then more super chats, cash apps, more women entering into the space. Just that when give niggas some shit and throw some money in the mix, and then start watching everybody try to dogpile on top of each other for the money and just let anything fly. So there's no real message, no real consistency. So to answer your question, just gradually, I started realizing, oh, okay, little by little, this is becoming more just about guys trying to get some kind of shine that they're not getting in the real world, and or slash make some money and just keep guys in this sort of perpetual state of complaints about various issues over time. So I'm talking 5 years in here, so that's half a decade, and the world is rapidly changing around us. And it's like, damn, okay, now since 2020, the world got way more serious and got up in everybody's face, up in everybody's business, and I got way more serious. And I'm noticing like a lot of people in the world and relative to some kind of online space not getting more serious too. So I'm like, okay, sure, Black folks love some entertainment, don't want to be serious. My life is getting real serious up on your ass, but let's not get serious.
Okay, so when I was on your panel, so I'm about to set the stage for the conversation we're gonna have, right? When I was on the channel, you guys, you asked me some questions, right? And I did my best to answer them, I guess, as truthfully as possible. I ain't gonna say did my best. I answered them as truthfully as possible, right? So there has, and this part is kind of unbeknownst to me. Like what I've come to realize over the past few weeks is that this conversation, if you want to call it that, between you and a few guys in the Manosphere has been taking place for some years, right? Like, and I've been doing this Manosphere, like I've been the content creator like on YouTube, right? For I'd say about 2.5 at this point, right? Because I got videos going back at least, a couple years, a little bit longer than that, right? But I've been around the space, and I've been somebody who's been watching videos and things like that for the better part of 12, 13 years. Like I was around for 1.0 and all of that shit, right? So it's like my first introduction to you was on Ed's panel. I think you guys were having a conversation. You guys were having some sort of conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, right? Then I saw you again on your channel. I kind of went into that earlier with the Manosphere thing, right? So, I said all of that so I wouldn't have to say it now once you came on. So I was unaware that all of these things were going on. Again, like, you said you probably seen me around or this and that and the other, but you hadn't watched much of the content because of who was in my conversations or whatever the case may be. Again, the whole SBE, I've heard of Ramil before. I've seen a couple of his videos before. But again, like all of this stuff where you and these guys got these issues, I wasn't aware of this. The question I would ask is, because Ed's been around for a long time, and I didn't really come up on Ed until I was on Bernard's panel, and that's how I got familiar with Ed. But you guys, I don't know the history of you guys back and forth or whatever the case may be, or when you started to kind of challenge certain personalities in the space, right? But the past couple of weeks have been interesting to say the least, right? So I'm gonna get right into it. I'm gonna ask some questions, right? And kind of in the same way that you guys asked me some questions on your channel. And some of these questions will be challenging. You understand what I'm saying? And again, in the same way that you guys asked me some challenging questions, right? So what I would like, what I would aim for is for us to be able to ask these challenging questions and, pretty much keep it in the same energy that when I was on your channel, right? So again, it will be, I'm going to challenge you. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to ask. Now, you already know, because you watch my Let's Talk SBE, that me and you see eye to eye on a lot of shit. Let's start there. I don't know if you're aware, but I mean, you've heard me say it on my own video. Like, that's the reason why, you guys, you made your video after I made my video, and there was other videos that were made. So pretty much people know where I'm coming from in regards to SBE and a few other things, and coming back to tables and shit like that, which again, all of that will be spoken on, right? So to make it clear, I said it then, I'm gonna say it now. All right. I don't endorse any, negotiations or, coming to any tables. I don't know if such a table exists. You understand what I'm saying? Like these sorts of conversations, I don't necessarily participate in. As far as SBEing and shit like that, I don't endorse that shit either. I'm not a community-minded nigga because the community itself is not necessarily a space that accepts, in my opinion, any progressive thinking black man. That's just how I feel about it, right? There will be no talking point or argument that will change my mind on that. I'm pretty much solid. My feet are in a cement block when it comes to that point of view. Okay. However, there have been some things said, right, on both sides, whether it be you, BGS, Ed, whatever. Now, my first question is, right, I said earlier that I accept the label Manosphere, and that's because my name's on the list. When I called into you guys, I didn't say, hey, take my name off. I mean, I don't know who created the list to this day. I don't know who the list was created by, but I wasn't tripping about it. I don't give a fuck. It's a list. It ain't like, agent somebody at the FBI made a list and like they coming knocking on niggas' doors. I don't give a fuck about that. Because again, I make these videos, we have these talking points, and our talking points are associated with Black Manosphere. Black Manosphere and General Manosphere are not the same thing. And some of those things will be touched on tonight. But my question to you is, in your opinion, do you consider Keep It 100, Marcus Aurelius, to be a Black Manosphere channel?
I guess I would say, based on the distinction and designation and how you just phrased it, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, you just said you're a Black Manosphere channel. So, I mean, it's a loose kind of defined concept, right? So I think it is more of who opts into it, who chooses that designation, right? And I think that's part of the problem, is that there is no barrier to entry. Anybody can just claim it. But yeah, I mean, based on your question and based on what you just said, I would say, yeah, I think you are a Manosphere channel.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of disagree with that because, again, Black Manosphere addresses specific issues, right? Issues specific to Black men and a lot of the things that we deal with in particular, right? Manosphere talks about dating, bitches who want niggas to pay all the bills and paid for dates and all this other stupid shit. That's, you talk about your fresh and fits, or, your this ones or that ones. Those guys are General Manosphere. When you hear the term Black Manosphere, what we tend to talk about, a lot of the channels that I watch, right, and the guys who are associated with me, and some of the guys that pretty much invited me to this motherfucker, the topics that I typically see them speaking on is things relating to not only the relationship between Black men and women, but the Black condition or the Black community in a historical context. A lot of the things that are put out there in the media regarding Black men's alleged pathology, our behavior, certain things that are pretty much propagandized, right? In reference to how we operate. If you read enough media, you would think that Black men are what's wrong with the country, right? So we address a lot of that stuff in the historical context, in the philosophical context, legal context, all of that shit, right? It's all relevant.
I think I made a mistake, bro. So you asked me your question, and I think the mistake I made was this. I think you asked me, do I think you're a Manosphere channel or specifically a Black Manosphere channel? I think that's where I made the mistake
Okay.
based on your question.
Specifically Black Manosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just said yourself you are a Black Manosphere channel. Generally, when if I say Manosphere, I'm basically defaulting that to Black Manosphere just to make any clarification. I don't even really engage with or reference the general sort of white Manosphere. So when I say I'm just shortening it as a shorthand, I just say Manosphere, but I'm referring to Black Manosphere.
Understood.
Okay, my bad, bro.
So you saw my SBE video. You watched it. I watched your video that you made after where you were kind of like, wow, like, oh, just a guy that's associated with these guys who is saying what he's saying and this and that. So you understand where I'm coming from. You understand my point of view. I'm not the only one who holds my point of view, right? And again, you were unaware of this because, again, you associated with me with BGS and you imagine that whatever he says, I must be saying, so you didn't watch it. Just so in the past couple of weeks, right? I've been watching a lot of the streams made between you and BGS. And there's quite a few streams you did, you know, covering this thing, the Manosphere, right? So you a lot of the issues that you'll point out that you have with the Manosphere, Black, I'm using shorthand right now, Black Manosphere.
Right. Sure.
You'll go into talking points of BGS, right? So you'll say, you know, daddyism and what was the other thing you said? You know, keeping the guys in the perpetual state, this and that and the third, right? So you'll basically describe the talking points of BGS Idmore, and then you'll say that's the Black Manosphere. Now, you just said that you consider me part of the Black Manosphere, and I am someone, again, my videos are my receipts, right? That I don't talk like that. So is it safe to say that you are painting the entire Black Manosphere with the talking points of BGS Idmore?
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's where we get into the nuance of the situation. So based on this, let me phrase this a whole different way. All right. So here's what it is. There's this concept of this so-called Black Manosphere, but depending on who you ask, the definition of that, the mission, the goals, the message can be 10 different things on 10 different days or all on the same day. So ultimately, it doesn't really mean anything. Like I did a video like over a year ago, said I'm out of the Black Manosphere, basically saying there is no Manosphere because it doesn't really stand on anything. And ultimately, the Manosphere wants to argue and fight to keep it pinned into a discussion of talking about woman as the ultimate priority. So I find that to be ironic because if it is a man thing, there's more to being a man than dealing with women. So I would say any men who truly understand that could actually say they're about being about some kind of Manosphere brand. Like I'm a visual media guy, I'm a marketing guy. So I'm about branding, the understanding like the propaganda marketing elements of that, the messaging of that. So when you say Manosphere, I think, okay, these guys are talking about some real man up level shit. That's why I talk about the skills and resource baseline concept of what makes a man be a man and have value before or after dealing with a woman. Because if you're going to say man, that's a broad thing, right? Because that's a man, a young man coming of age, learning what it takes to really be a man and judged amongst other men. So when you get into this online space called the Manosphere and find out, put it on a pie chart, the vast majority of discussions are talking about women, gripes about women, what women aren't doing, then, this is actually a womanosphere, because that's the majority of the discussions. On any given day, some guys will tell you that's not what it's mostly about. Then some other guys will say, well, that's what it's always been about. So it's like, well, what are we talking about here? Nothing means anything.
Right. So thank you for laying that out for me. Right now, a little bit earlier in this conversation, you said that a lot of other things were being spoken on in this Black Manosphere. Some that I've even laid out myself when I talked about, legal shit, propaganda, this, that, and the other. Right. And one of the talking points that I hear you say is bettering the brand of black men, right? That's a talking point of yours, right? So understand, right? This being the manosphere, right? I would argue that dealings with women are part of being a man, right? Not only that, I will agree with you. And I said this probably in early on in our conversations and even on your channel, that I think this should be more balanced in these discussions. Right? So when you say, well, look at the pie chart, the majority of the conversations I had about women, I want to also add some nuance myself. Not everything that's about women is necessarily a gripe about women, right? And when we talk about the brand of black men, we have to also accept that black women are willing participants in ruining the brand of black men in America. That's facts, right?
Yes.
So to ignore that, to not deal with that, to not address that is a no-go. It's a non-starter, right? Now, again, earlier on, you said when you came into the manosphere, there were various topics that were being spoken on. But you said, well, some guys define it as this, and some guys define it as that, and yada, yada, yada. So tonight, I'm going to ask some pretty direct questions, right? Who are we talking about? Who are these? Because I've watched a few of your videos where you've said this and you said that, right? Now, this is the Keep It 100 shit, right? I say names, right? As far as I understand, right? The bring the women back to the table concept is Obsidian, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, as far as I'm, because I didn't really follow Obsidian like that during his rise and shit like this, right? So, he came and he had the panels with the girls and shit, all this shit, the shit that he does to this day, right? So that message, that mission is associated with Obsidian, right? I would like to know, because if we talk about pie charts, on the pie chart, who are the content creators in the black manosphere pushing this let's bring women back to the table message? Let's talk pie charts now. So what percentage, and I want names. I want 5 guys who specifically make content on YouTube that associate themselves as manosphere guys that say that they are trying to bring women back to a hypothetical or proverbial table.
So I want to make a clarification. So the bring the women back to the table thing is just, in my estimation, in my observation, just one element that encompasses the whole thing of let's be men online and focus the majority of the discussions on women ultimately that don't owe us anything. So the table thing is just one part of it, but there's the Pookie and Ray Ray cyclical discussion that comes up every while, Pookie Ray Ray versus Educated Lame, what the women aren't doing, the ratchet shit they're doing, which, a lot of stuff is objectively true. I totally get it, but we can get into that later. But let me finish up. Okay. So Obsidian, definitely. I watched his whole come up because, again, I've been rocking with this for a while, and I understood there was like a big 3 kind of situation. O'Shea, Obsidian, Angry Man, and then you could count BGS as a 4th. I didn't really peep BGS until kind of later on, and then realized he had been around for a while, his Coliseum shows and all that, which I never participated in. So I realized that there was different beefs and different sections and factions and whatnot. Guys were cool, then not cool. So as I'm kind of learning the backstories on this stuff, then I just gravitated to what I found interesting or entertaining or whatever, right? Because, looking at it like that, there's opportunities, can't really take it too seriously. But then when it became too much of whoop that trick, black female fuckery, where's my echo box? Okay, that's funny. That was funny. Couple of years, funny. Couple of years. Okay.
Black female fuckery is Obsidian, right?
Right.
Okay,
And then O'Shea.
So,
right. And then Angry Man did a whole lot of, even he just recently was a few months back, he was on a stream. I was on a stream with Grinch, and we were talking about the whole SBE concept. And I remember Angry Man will pull up on Tie City shows, and then this is before the SBE concept kind of took off. And then I guess Angry Man didn't like the SBE concept, but Angry Man will fire up a stream and be like, the BW this, the BW that. And I'm like, oh, okay, how original. And shout out to Angry Man, because I understand what he's done with the space. And I think he's a very creative and talented dude. I think there's a lot of other stuff he could be doing that could blow him out of the stratosphere. He could have hit, 400K people a long time ago. But what you got?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because I think we're getting away from the question.
Right. But I'm just trying to clarify to you that there's more to the whole table discussion. Is just one piece of it.
We'll get to that. Right now, let's deal with that. So what I would like to know, how many guys are talking about that part? Okay.
So to answer your question directly, the only person that I've heard reference the table thing anytime recently was BGS within the past couple of weeks.
No doubt. Right. It's been more than a couple of weeks. Okay. So BGS and more. BGS and more talks about bringing the women back to the table. So has anyone other than Obsidian, has anyone else ever used this phrase?
I've heard plenty of guys use it. This is the thing. Like, you understand that there's like.
No, I want to ask it because these are direct questions, and pardon me for cutting you off, bro, because I don't want to get away from the answers these are direct questions. I want to. I've heard the phrase being used. I mean, I've used it, but I've used it to say that's not what we're here for. I think that was pretty clear in that video, and it's been pretty clear in past videos. What I want to do is I want to get to the bottom of certain ideas that in the manosphere and try to understand when we talk about pie charts and the percentage, because when you say, well, content creators in the manosphere talk about women, that's a very blanketed and umbrella statement, right? Of course we talk about women. Men talk about women. Niggas in the barbershop talk about women. Niggas everywhere talk about women. White men talk about women. Everyone talks about women, but what I'm trying to understand, right? And I don't disagree that a lot of the conversations are around women, but there's conversations that are productive and there's conversations that are not productive. So I want to get to what's not productive. I consider getting women back to the table not productive. I'm sure you will agree, right?
Right.
But we tie that to two people. We tie that to Obsidian and we tie that to BGS, who are two content creators in a big space that we call the Black Manosphere. So
I can name more names. I can name more names.
And I don't want to hear guys that just mentioned it. I want to hear names of guys who say this is the purpose of what we're here to do.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. So I'll name off guys who I've listened to for years. And if you take the totality of the titles, the thumbnails, all that, it will be vast majority complaints about women, how they're behaving, how they're moving, what they're not doing.
That's cool.
Right. So I'm just trying to clarify that, including the table discussion, which has come up and gone. And I'm just addressing it more recently.
But right now, see, let's again, we'll get to the doing and not doing. Right now, what we're dealing with is bringing women back to the table for negotiations, right? Bringing women back to the table for negotiations. Again, we got two guys. So would you say, because you said there were other guys who were talking about negotiating. But right now, we're not talking about complaining. Right now, we ain't talking about what bitches will do or won't do. Right now, we're talking about we got to bring these women back to the table so we can negotiate a community.
So my understanding is that
we got two names so far.
Wait. So this is my point. These, in my estimation, in my observation, these discussions are part and parcel of the whole concept of what the women weren't doing, how they weren't behaving, how they weren't choosing certain guys. So maybe you correcting me. I'm just telling you my observation.
Understood.
So you can't tell me what my observation is. So if you cut me off while I tell you my observation, then the discussion won't be productive. So I can clarify. I get where you're going, but I can't say it how you want me to say it. So I got to say it how I need to say it.
No, I'm not trying to get you to say anything how I want you to say it. I just wanted to get to that part of it, right? Where that specific phrase, bring women back to the table, negotiate, save the community, right?
I honestly don't remember the last time that's come up until just within the last couple of weeks.
But
so I can't tell you specifically who I heard talk about that. However, I can name off a bunch of different guys who are pretty prominent in the space who have done high percentage content about complaints about women, which is a part of the whole back to the table discussion.
And we'll get to that. So just so we understand, because we're going to go to complaints about women in a second, right? So it is my understanding that the two guys in the space that we can attach this message to is one guy's named Obsidian and the other guy's name is BGS Idmore. Those are the two guys that we can attach to this space we call the Black Manosphere. That because I've never heard Dr. T say it. I haven't said it. A lot of the guys have not said, because I want to do this shit. I want to compartmentalize this. Because we're going to get to the bottom of some shit. I just want to understand. It is the understanding in this conversation that those are the two guys that use that phrase and nobody else, right?
No, I have heard other guys speak about the table situation. Who? I just can't remember who, because it was a while ago. More recently, I just heard BGS within the past couple of weeks, and I've said that to you multiple times now.
Right. So now understood. So you said you don't remember the other guys who've said it. I'm going to say this. I don't know anybody else that has used that phrase that we got to get back to the negotiating table in this space that I'm in, that I'm labeled as black. I'm labeled Black Manosphere. Now, you also admitted that a lot of guys, you don't watch their content because they're associated with certain individuals. So you might not have listened to guys say, fuck a table, fuck a negotiation, fuck this, fuck that. So you may not have said that. So you openly admit that you have not really consumed or engaged with enough content to reach the conclusion that the majority of the space is trying to save a community or negotiate with women.
I disagree with that.
What do you
say? Here it is. Within my time interacting with this space, I've interacted with a lot of content creators because I came in first with 2 interviews with O'Shea. So from there, I've interacted with guys like obviously O'Shea, Edward Anderson, later on, Mr. Fantastic, interactions and arguments and fussing with Taz, interactions with Ramil, interaction with Solo TV 84, Angry Man, Grinch, who else? I can name off all kind of different guys, right? So all I'm saying is within that, I've interacted with BGS. I've interacted with a lot of different people from a lot of different crews, camps, factions, all that. Charles Sparkner, Cerulean Gray, all these different guys, right? So I've interacted with a lot of different people. Now, obviously, I can't consume the totality of everything, all the content everybody's putting out. But what I can say for sure, based on what I have seen, and of course, I haven't seen all of it, but I've been around the space, interacted with some of the so-called top guys or whatever. From what I've interacted with based on my perception, I admit that that's my perception. The vast majority of the discussions have ultimately been about women, complaints about women.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a matter of opinion, right? And perception.
I accept that you perceive that most of the conversations are about women, but that wasn't the question. The question. Okay. So I'll rephrase the question. I'll ask a different question. Have you ever heard Angry Man use the term, "We got to bring the women back to the table"?
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again.
Have you ever heard Angry Man use the term that we have to bring Black women back to the table?
Not that I can remember.
Have you ever heard O'Shea use the term that we have to bring Black women back to the table?
Not that I can remember.
Have you ever heard Dr. T. Hassan Johnson say that?
No.
Dr. Ronald Neal?
I've never heard him at all.
The Green Gorilla?
I've listened to him just basically on your panel, so no.
Right. So either you've listened to guys' content, you've never heard them say it, or I've named guys who are in the Black Manosphere who you haven't listened to enough content to draw that conclusion, right?
Exactly. Precisely.
So it's safe to say, from your perception, that there's only 2 guys associated with that part of making videos about women in terms of bringing women back to the table. Just that talking point. There's 2 guys that you're aware of in the Black Manosphere.
That I can specifically remember a name, yes, at this time, yes.
at this time. Okay, so let's move on forward. Let's trudge on forward. So I would make the argument that two guys is not enough to reach the conclusion that an entire space is moving on that accord. Would you?
I never said that. I literally never said that.
I'm not saying that you said it. I want to get that agreement, right? Would you?
Yes,
agree?
I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I understand. Like if I.
But wait. Let me add something on Marcus. Marcus, let me add something. Shakanula here makes an interesting point. He said, "Fix the community / come back to the table is the same thing. Let's cut the crap." I actually agree. Now,
right. Understood.
So you see what I'm going. You're focusing on specifically this table thing, and I'm saying the table is part and parcel of the ultimately complaining about women concept. So you're trying to get me to focus and funnel down into one thing when I'm saying there's a bigger breadth.
Understand,
but it's your question, so okay. But I just don't think it's like a legit way to ask it.
Because there's a few times you said what you just said, and I'm going to address what makes that point fallacious in a second, right? So I want to address Nulu. So he says, fix the community and come back to the table are the same thing. Okay, so name me the content creators in the Black Manosphere that want to fix the community. I know I'm not on the list. So
fix the community. So now we just expanded it to, so we could throw George Macon in there. And again, fix the community.
Who's George Macon?
Right. So if you don't know George Macon, just like I don't know who Ron O'Neal or some of these other guys are, I can acknowledge that there's some people I don't listen to. So I mean, I could say who George Macon. If you don't know him, you don't know. But there's different people who've talked all kind of different strategies. Gab Talk used to talk about fixing the community. There's some guys who's not even around now.
Is he Black Manosphere?
Yeah, I mean, or he's operated a Manosphere adjacent. Sure.
Adjacent to who? Has he, you know, because I mean, to be honest, and I'm not gonna say I'm the barometer for who is and who isn't, but it's not even for me about whose content that I've listened to or whose content I haven't listened to. But again, these are, I understand names, right? Names associated with the space, right? Again, you guys made a list. So who is this
I didn't
guy?
make a list.
Again, no, I'm not saying that you did, right? So what I wanted to say a second ago is don't assume that I'm attributing anything to you that you said or this or that or whatever, unless I say that directly. Like when you said earlier, you know, I didn't say that. No, I'm not accusing you of saying that. But this guy, because understand, every Black man with a microphone isn't Black Manosphere.
I understand.
Right.
My point is this. There's guys that I've interacted with for years based on my initial entrance into the sort of Black YouTube, Black Manosphere space, which was O'Shea. Right. Now, everybody who knows O'Shea for the past 5 years knows that a lot of people sort of came through O'Shea who came up on his panels and went on to make more content, and people have phased in, phased out, come to certain realizations of their own, pivoted, built whole nonprofits and all kind of other shit, talking about building the community better, building back for Black men, building and trying to nurture Black families, fix the community. There's countless guys who've done this. Anybody who knows that faction, that's happened.
Okay, so I want the names, bro.
I started with George Macon. George Macon, Cerulean Gray, you should talk about it. If I'm not mistaken, Charles Faulkner, you should talk about it. I've talked to them about it. Obviously, the table discussion, BGS has talked about it. I've heard Angry Man talk about a better Black community, Black people doing better. The poor branding of Black men. It's tons of people.
I mean, the Black men is not necessarily about. I mean, you speak about.
It's not about fixing the community.
You don't want to save the community, do you?
I think the community is toast. So my default position is better Black men.
But you talk about the better branding of Black men. So if I talked about the better branding of Black men, then I'm gonna save the community guy. But you're not, right? That's what you talk. You talk about better in the brand. So you can't conflate those two.
Oh my goodness.
No, you can't. You just said
angry man. Let me
go ahead.
Okay. So let me add. Apparently, I got to add nuance to everything, or you're going to try to give me some kind of gotcha question. But let me add. Okay, check it out. Angry Man has specifically talked about the shitty brand of black men. And I heard him say these things, and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. He's taking a lot
Okay.
of arrows for it. While at the same time, he has done a lot of Keisha SBE shame women content, and I've addressed that directly with him, and he was like, yeah, I'm making money off that, and I stand on that. And I was like, okay, well, gotta respect it.
What is okay? So you're the guy
He
who
said it himself. He said something funny like he steps out of the house in the morning and smells the shame of Keisha, and something to the effect of he knows he can profit off it or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's okay. At least he admits it.
Let me ask you a question, right? What do you define as SBE? Because you introduced me to it, right? And I remember what you said, but I want you to say it just for the purposes of this video. What do you define as SBE?
I define it the way that the person who coined the phrase defines it.
Right.
Shame, blame, and explain, and sometimes complain, moving from a position of weakness, basically trying to talk to women, show them whatever stats, whatever things they've done, whatever they're not doing that's harming the community, in some type of effort to get them to come back to black men who feels like they were slighted because the Keisha don't want them.
Okay, so
we can get Tyson in here to confirm if that's what it is.
No, I'm with it. I had Ty was on the stream that I did, right? So I don't disagree with that definition. So what I would like to know, because you said, you know, showing black women stats and this and that in order to, you know, in negotiating pretty much.
Trying to shame them, right? Trying to blame them for hurting the community, trying to explain to them why they're not doing right and why they should be with a better man.
I got you. So who, and again, names, right? We talking about pie charts.
Okay. So if we're gonna go to SBE.
I didn't ask the question yet, brother.
Well, my bad.
Right. So I want a percentage of guys who are bringing women onto their shows to shame them, because I want to make one thing clear in this when it comes to these Manosphere channels, right? We make content for men. We even when we're speaking on women, we are talking to men. We don't make content for women to look at and to feel ashamed or blamed or explained to. I have videos on this channel where I speak on women, speak on women's behavior, speak on their fuckery. I did it tonight. My content is not for women. In order for me to shame, blame, and explain to women, I have to say it to women. My message would have to be to women. I can name 10 or more guys on here whose content is directed towards men. To be honest,
about the women.
But that's not what you just defined. You defined SBE as shaming women, blaming women, and explaining to women with stats and this and that what they're doing to the community. In other words, that message would have to be directed towards the women. In order for me to shame someone, I have to do it directly. Understand this, bro. Understand this, right? Again, laundry list of names of guys who make content for men. I am probably more guilty of shaming men into not dealing with these bitches than the opposite.
Salute to that.
Now,
salute to that.
Again, but if we're going to talk
that's what I do.
Right. But if we're going to talk about shaming, understand this. If shaming, you see, this is a different question, but if shaming doesn't work, because if shaming black women, you know, doesn't work, and I agree that it doesn't work, these bitches cannot be shamed. They out here doing what they're doing, right? If it's not going to work on women, it ain't going to work on men neither. Especially not men that have grown up in this culture and they're just simp made, period, right? My question is, on a pie chart, name me the guys who bring women on their shows to make them feel ashamed about these things. I ain't talking about women, because talking about women is not shaming women. Because niggas could go in the locker room, we could talk about bitches, we could talk about bitches in the barbershop, and a bunch of other places that are men's spaces. Because that's what men do. We talk about bitches, my nigga. So I want to know who runs a channel with the channel.
But Marcus, I don't care about that.
No.
Here's the thing.
I'm not.
Let me break it down to you though. Let me break something down to you.
Okay, go ahead, bro. I'm gonna take it like you don't want to answer, bro.
No, because I don't want to answer the question. No, I'll outright tell you, I don't want to answer that question because I didn't make up SBE. Now, obviously, Kevin Samuels was the quintessential concept of talking specifically to women, trying to shame them, and I thought it was fascinating that he let them walk themselves into a trap and tell on themselves. I found that actually fascinating. Here's the thing for me. Before Ty City, Ramil championed the whole SBE thing, I had already been saying, what is the point of dudes talking about what Keisha ain't doing or is doing and that they're unhappy with over and over and over and over and over? So the SBE thing, that's their thing. I don't care about any of that, of who's talking to what women, who's bringing the women into the space, trying to do this, that, and the third. That's them. So it's irrelevant to even get into that with me because you're just spinning your wheels. My point is this. Here's my thing. You
did say it.
Here's my thing. And
you can't say you don't care.
I'm saying SBE is just a phrase that these guys are saying where there's some truth to that. But I take it a step further though. So I don't want to disrespect their brand and their concept by speaking on it like that. But I see that there are parallels and overlaps to what I'm seeing in the sense of complaining about women over and over, period, in some online space with a bunch of guys, as if that's going to have real world benefits. That's going to make a better situation for guys so they can actually stop complaining, meet the goals that they want with the women, and then change the overall brand of men to where they're not on some online space crying over and over. Like that's what I'm with. I'm sure you see where I'm going with that.
No, I
like let's get to that. I want to talk about that.
But AM1, I'm addressing what you said earlier. You said that guys are on here complaining about what Keisha will or won't do and all of this stuff.
That's why I said there's parallels and overlaps to the shame, blame, and explain concept.
But I understand what you're saying, bro. But what I'm asking you is this, because you're saying this is the space is doing specific things, and one of those things is shaming, blaming, and explaining. Then I asked you the definition of that, and you told me the definition. So now, if you're saying, well, the Black Manosphere does this, and you've done this in several live videos,
I'm literally explaining what you're saying, bro.
And what I'm saying is you've made several live videos saying that this is what the Black Manosphere is doing. We're shaming and blaming Keisha and shaming her. Then I ask you, well, what is that? And you say, we're shaming and explaining to women and blah, 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 blah. So if you're saying that that's what we're doing and you defined it as such, and then when I ask you, well, whose platform is doing that? You can't then say, well, I don't care about that. You obviously do if you made
here's what I can say. Here's what I can say. So, bro, you're picking and choosing. You're picking and choosing what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question you're not answering, man.
Let me clarify then. I mentioned the SBE concept. You asked me the definition. I gave you Ty City's definition. Now, let me give you my expanded view that parallels and overlaps with SBE. Is that fair?
No, because you told me that the definition of the man that created it was what you just said. So now you want.
I'm telling you the definition. I'm telling you Ty City's definition.
You're now.
I'm telling you Ty.
You're modifying.
Yes,
the answer,
I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying.
Because I asked you if you let me say this, AM1. If you wanted to tell me that you had a different definition of shame, blame, and explain, you could have said it when I asked you to.
No, because I'm not going to change that man's definition. I literally said that multiple times, bro. So you're trying to arm twist me into answering the way you want. That's not fair. That's disingenuous, bro. I had more respect for you. That's a little disingenuous.
And no, it's
because I'm giving you the clarification. So bro, I'm giving you the clarification.
So before
I literally said, let me say this again. Let me say this again.
Go ahead.
Before the SBE concept ever came about, I've been saying that dudes are having circular discussions about what women are doing, what women ain't doing, trying to argue with them, have panels and this, that, and the third. before that concept ever came about.
Right.
Now, that concept came about based on Thai City's definition. You asked me the definition, I gave you Thai City's definition. It's not my responsibility or my place to give it another definition.
No,
that's the definition. That's his definition.
Right.
All I'm telling you is this. My perspective on the concept overlaps with some of the points made from his definition. But my concept is more expanded than what he's saying. Pretty simple. Pretty simple.
And one, check this out. You said you don't want to change the definition. My question is grounded and rooted in his definition, because you say he's the one that coined the phrase. It's just like Kevin Samuels coined the phrase high value man, as far as I know, right? And there's a lot of motherfuckers that like to twist and turn that definition to mean what they wanted to be. But when we talk about SBE, you said Thai City is the one that created that term, and its definition is what you just described. What I want you to do, or I would like you to do, is name Black Manosphere content creators that, according to Thai City's definition of SBE that you just told us, whose central platform, right? Like how Maury's
is talking to women. It's talking to women. I don't know.
I want to finish the question. Maury's central platform, Maury Povich, is to bring bitches on his show for paternity tests. I don't give a fuck if on a random Tuesday or Wednesday he does a show about some other shit. His main fucking platform is about paternity tests. I want to know, in the Black Manosphere, give me a pie chart. Whose platform is based on the pie chart?
Kevin Samuels, and then that's it.
And that's it. Now, someone else said Lapeef. Lapeef, as far as I'm concerned, is not Black Manosphere. Lapeef is not Black Manosphere. Okay, so you said Kevin Samuels is one of the guys who would bring women on his platform and stats and this and that, shame them.
Sure.
Again, this is one person.
Sure.
Would you agree that one person does not make up a whole of a space? In that context, I'm talking about. In the context of SBE, which defined by Thai City is bringing bitches onto your platform to tell them all the fucked up shit they doing. Because the rest of us talk to men. Kevin talked to women. Who else? If there's no one else, then
no one else.
Your perspective, no
one else. Oh, let me say it this way. No one else that I can think of right now.
That's fine. But if you could think of someone or some other people, it probably wouldn't be a long list of names. The reason why I'm asking you is your perspective is all that matters here tonight, because you are the guy making these videos saying that this space is founded upon shaming bitches back into the community.
No.
That's part of
No. Now you're twisting my words, sir. You got to get it right. We can't be disingenuous.
No, I don't want to be disingenuous. If I'm wrong,
the majority of the content that I've heard here since I've been here 5 or so years, different factions interacting with different guys, complaints about women, about what they're doing, what they're not doing, for guys who feel slighted by the fact that the women don't want them, ultimately complaining, moving from a position of weakness, trying to negotiate with women to get them to do something that they don't want to do. That's the best way to describe it.
But does that content, is that content aimed at women in an effort to shame them? You said majority.
No. The majority of it. No. I'll say this. The majority of it is other dudes talking to other dudes about it.
Other dudes talking to other dudes. So
in my perception.
Okay, so in your perception, then that doesn't qualify as SBE.
Well, like I said, there are some parallels and overlaps. There are some. I literally said that multiple times.
How can I shame a bitch that me and my man is talking about in a room and the bitch ain't there?
Well, the whole concept is that they're doing things that are shamed, that they should be shamed for. The women should be doing this. They're not doing this based on whatever Moynihan report or blah, blah, blah. Guys have done that to each other.
Men trying to shame women, not talking about bitches amongst men.
So
said, no, that was your definition. Now I'm not being disingenuous, because that's what you said, bro. That's
Marcus.
what you said.
Marcus, let me ask you this. How many times have you heard me say that there are some parallels and overlaps based on my perspective? I've said that multiple times, right?
But again, I've heard you say that, but we haven't gotten there yet. You're moving.
Well, let's go there. Let's go there now, because if we can't go there now, you're pigeonholing the discussion in a way that makes it sound like what I'm saying don't sound right.
Bro, I started.
Come on, fam. You gotta do better. You gotta do better, man. You gotta do better,
man. No, you're trying to breeze past. I'm tackling these things one by one.
Nah, you're not. You're framing it in a way that fits just your way you want to delineate it. You've been doing that the whole discussion, bro. You've been doing that the whole discussion. Try to pin me into saying something the way you want me to say it.
No, let me tell you what I've done so far.
You tried it with the table discussion. You tried it. Come on, man. I thought you were gonna do better than this. I thought you were gonna do better than this. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
If we're gonna talk about disingenuousness, I'm asking you questions. All I want is answers. The first thing I ask
the answers you want, and only the way you want it, even if I don't see it the way you see it. That's not fair.
Hey, bro, when I was on your show, you asked me some questions, and in a way, you wanted me to give you different answers. I asked you, hold on. We ain't gonna go there. You can't even don't even try to make that comparison, bro. Come on. I can't. That was whack, bro. You know you whack for that. That's why you fell back. You knew that was weak, Marcus. Come on, bro. Go ahead. I didn't fall back from anything. On your show, I said, bro, you can ask me anything you want. Is that on your cast? Did I say that?
Yeah, I remember you saying something to that effect. Sure.
No, I said exactly that. It's on your video. I said, bro.
Yeah. If you said it, you said it. I'm not.
You said, bro, I understand the position you're in, etc. Bro, I've watched the shit over. You said, I understand. Bro, I said, yo, bro, it's all good. Ask me anything you want. You can reword it.
Marcus.
You can rephrase it. I didn't run from anything, so don't do that.
Marcus, don't do the thing. There's a huge. Don't do that. There's a huge difference between. You can ask me whatever you want, and you can ask me something, but I can only answer it in the way, in context, you're framing it when I don't see it the way you see it. You see what I'm saying? That's not even right.
So let's cover the two things we've covered so far. Right? And I'm gonna say this. I hope you don't interrupt me. The first thing was about bringing people back to the table. I'm asking because you asked pie charts. This is your thing on a pie chart. So I'm asking you the questions that you asked me when we initially encountered each other. It's not disingenuous to ask you your perception on a pie chart. I'm not ducking. I'm not bobbing. I'm not doing none of that shit. You have a certain characterization of the Black manosphere. In order for that to hold weight, more than half of the space has to be pushing the things that you're saying we're pushing. So I'm asking you on a pie chart. The first thing I asked was about bringing women back to the table. We got two guys, according to your perception. AM1, the guy who makes streams about the manosphere and characterizes the whole space based on the words and the messages of maybe one or two people.
Nope, never said that.
No, to bring
never said that.
Hold on. So let me just say this. You can respond when I'm done. So far, during this conversation, bringing women back to the table can be attributed to BGS and Obsidian. So far, your perception, because that's what's important, right? The next thing was about SBE. SBE, you defined as shaming women with stats and figures and this and that, all this information to make them feel bad about what they're doing to the community in efforts to bring them back. That's what you said in this video was the definition. But you said, well, guys talking amongst themselves about what Keisha will and won't do. So if Keisha is not being spoken to, which I've said, and even you've said it, guys are talking amongst themselves, then according to your definition that you gave, not me, I didn't make up any definition. I asked you the definition. That does not qualify according to your definition. I didn't twist shit, bro. I asked you, just like Kev asked them bitches, what do you rate yourself? I didn't tell you what SBE was. You told me, and then you told me something that doesn't qualify for your definition, bro. I don't have to twist shit. I'm listening to you. So according to your definition of SBE, Kevin Samuels is the only one in your perception, in your definition, that applies to. Who else?
No.
I'm just asking
No.
you on a pie chart. Give me the percent. And if you're going to say, well, 30% or 40% of the Black Manosphere channels are pushing they bring bitches on to make them feel ashamed. Again, your definition, Ty City's definition. Tell me the content creators whose main objective is to do that. That's a fair.
So let me make sure I'm getting this right. You want me to answer your question that is a limited perspective of my view about the whole table discussion, only about the table discussion.
No, I'm asking you the pie chart because you gave the space a characterization, and I'm trying to understand. Let me finish what your understanding of how many guys who are in this proverbial space actually push the things that you're saying the space pushes. If two motherfuckers in the room say left and the rest of them say right, and there's 10 people in the room, that would mean 20% are saying left, right?
I understand what you're saying.
So then you can't.
What I'm saying is this. No.
One thing.
You're misstating what I'm characterizing, though. You're focusing on this table discussion. You are focusing on the table discussion. I'm saying that the whole concept of crying about the women, period, is part and parcel of the table discussion.
I understand, and we haven't again.
So that's that's the thing,
videos, bro.
Address that, then you'll get to the actuality of it. Then that's when you'll be genuine. That's when you'll be genuine, though.
We'll get there. But
so you want to pick and choose the question in the way you want.
No,
that's not legit, man.
No, you want me to ask you the questions that you want.
No. I mean, I'm just saying. Come at me with the real. You're trying to mischaracterize what I'm saying. No, I never said. In fact, look. I never said the Black Manosphere is all talking about bringing women back to the table. What I have said on multiple streams, you can hear them dating back for however long, that in general, dudes are complaining about women on numerous levels. In most cases, it's what they're not getting, what they want the Black women to be doing. And part of that is bringing them back to the table.
I want to.
How many times do I have to say it?
So how many, but you name, we got two guys talking about bringing bitches back to the table. Two guys.
There you go. Back to the table. You're focused on the table. I'm saying the issue is what much larger.
No, but you saying that niggas are crying about. So how, let me ask you a question, bro. No, let me ask you a question. How do two guys talking amongst themselves or 10 guys talking amongst themselves, how does that qualify as either shaming women or trying to save the community? Because understand this.
What?
Hold on. Is it possible? Right. That last go ahead. Something to me, brother. Understand.
No, it's legitimately funny to me. Go ahead.
No, but let me tell you why it makes sense. Because I can have gripes with women, right? And or I can state issues that Black men are having with women without ever having a desire to shame them or bring them back to shit. Again, I am living proof, me and a few others, of what you're saying to not be true, because I point out fuckery. Because when you say Black female fuckery, that's an obsidian term. Again, a lot of these shits go back to the same guys. I do not bring women on my channel to do shit or to have any sort of discussion that was. I'm not saying you said that, right? I'm just making a statement. I talk about Black female fuckery. I talk about the things that women contribute to the media as propaganda to destroy the brand of Black men, right? Again, it's in my videos. You can watch it anytime you got time, get some popcorn and a Snickers. None of this is in an effort to bring a bitch back to shit. And niggas know me in real life, this YouTube shit, I am not playing a character. Niggas will tell you I don't fuck with no simp shit and ratchet bitches and all of that shit. Again, I am here to inform, because another thing that you like to speak on is attaining skills and resources, which I have 2 videos on this channel right now that are set to members only, because and they were called creating high value. And that term, again, coined by Kevin Samuels, creating high value, not no, oh, I'm a great black man. No, creating high value, meaning in the definition that Kevin Samuels used it, building yourself like what you say. Me and you all day on that, all day on that skills and resources shit. But understand, even the skills and resources niggas got gripes. Even the skills and resources niggas deal with bullshit with women. If you don't believe that, nigga, I could point you to
I know they do. I know they do.
Okay, so before we
and I've used the word multiple times, mitigation.
Right.
Put yourself in a position to mitigate the drama, mitigate the fuckery.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. Let's get to that type of shit that makes actual sense versus trying to make me answer the questions only in the way you want.
I know.
I thought you was gonna come like that. That's why I was like, oh, I thought you was a real one like that.
Hey, bro, when I was on your channel, I didn't tell you which questions to or not to ask me. So let's be fair. So you're saying, well, let's get to that, as if you're trying to lead the conversation in the direction that you'd like.
That's literally what you're doing.
I'm asking you to give me, again, you give me an answer.
Answer this question, but only like I want, only with the parameters I want.
AM, understand this. If I ask you a direct question, if I ask you what color is the sky and you tell me how orange juice tastes, then you're moving.
Come on, fam. That was a horrible analogy. That's nowhere near what this was.
AM, understand this. If I ask you,
that was funny though.
Like, if I ask, it might have been. If I ask you something about pie charts, I'm trying to get an understanding based on your commentary on your streams, because I watch your streams, bro.
Because but that's the thing. That's where you're being disingenuous, and I can show you why if you're willing to be honest about it. So that's what I'm saying. On some man-to-man shit. Fam, again, you're talking about this
label that I'm a liar. So if
fam, so let me clarify. I'm literally trying to clarify it. So if you've listened to if you've listened to my content, you'll understand. The mass majority of what I'm saying is, guys, let's be better black men. Focus on skills and resources. The cyclical discussions about what these women ain't doing, what they are doing, this, that, and the third is fucking goofy to keep doing that over and over. Let's focus on getting to a position where we have more monetary resources, networks, skill sets that allow us to be able to get up, have more options on where we can travel, experience different women, more traditional women. If that's what your gripe is, go do the solutions that make it to where you don't have to gripe at all. I've said that countless times on countless streams.
I know, and I've heard it.
Let me say it though. So if you've heard that, then you should know that trying to pin me into a discussion addressing just one sliver of that, which is this table discussion, that's pretty weak, fam.
No, I actually made 2 points. I moved past the table. When you told me 2 guys, your perception, did I keep pressing or did I move on?
All I'm highlighting to you that's even ask it in that way is a whack way.
The only reason you're saying that I'm stuck here is because when I ask you these questions, we get into this meta discussion. Understand, I asked you about the table, then I moved on to SBE. I'm trying to get the answer for SBE so then we can move on to the next thing. But instead, it's not about how I want you to answer.
No, we can move on to that too. We can move on to that too. We can go on to that because that was weird too.
Okay, so then,
and I can tell you why.
No, but bro, you're interrupting again. We won't have to be stuck here if you just answer the question. And this is the last question I have on XBE. According to Ty City's definition of XBE,
Ty City's definition.
But he's the guy that created the phrase, right? So there's his definition is the only one that matters. So again, according to Ty City's definition of SBE, the only one guilty of that is Kevin Samuels, according to AM1, right?
Well, let me put it this way to be more exact with that. No, check it out. No, I'm gonna answer your question. For sure, I've seen Kevin Samuels do that over the time since the rise of Kevin Samuels. I don't know, mid 2000 or whenever. I've seen some other guys make attempts at it, but honestly, at this point, I never paid attention to it enough to the point where it's like it's not on my radar enough. That's the best way I can phrase that. Based on the Ty City's definition.
Can you name anyone else in the Manosphere that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, not at this time. So again, at this time, Kevin Samuels is the only one that's guilty according to his definition. So yes or no question. It's easy.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's move on. Let's That was easy. In terms of, like you said, crying and moaning about women. Now I've heard some crying and moaning. You understand what I'm saying? Just understand that when you say crying and moaning, right? Again, so far we have a very small sliver of a pie chart. Because understand, like how you saying I won't get to the other part. I'm attacking these things because all of these things are all encompassing, right? I agree with you. There should be more conversations about attaining money, building wealth, things of that nature, right? I agree with you. I've made content like this, right? Now, you speak on a circular discussion of black men complaining about women. Let me ask you a question, because niggas know what I talk about. It's all there. You said you've been on in YouTube on in the Black Manosphere space since 2018, right? If I went to AM1's channel, if I was a new subscriber, somebody that's coming here tonight, like I'm feeling what AM1 is talking about, and I went to AM1's channel, what would the majority of AM1's videos be about? The majority
critiques of the Manosphere.
Critiques of the
Manosphere. And just the general black community.
Okay, so the majority of your videos on your channel, AM1's channel, would be critiques of the Manosphere.
Let me say it this way.
All right.
A better way to say it would be this: the majority of the content would be critiques of the black community, and what I've observed here in the Black Manosphere. And then, of course, a percentage of that would be.
I didn't hear that. You said the black community and what?
So no, I'm just putting it more in the hierarchy of order.
I didn't hear you. I'm not asking you for no other reason. I just didn't hear you.
No. I'm just saying the order of importance. Critiques on the black community and the Black Manosphere relative to solutions that I would offer.
Right. So understand this, right? You're saying that the Black Manosphere is in a cyclical discussion, complaining about women and what they will or won't do, and that we should discuss skills and resources. But then again, what you just told me is that a greater portion of your content, AM1, if I went to AM1's channel, the majority of your content would be not necessarily skills and resources, which should be the majority of your content.
No,
because you're a skill. No, hold on. And now I'm gonna say this. This is my opinion based
on your opinion. Okay.
Right. Let me just throw that out there. This is my opinion based on if you're saying, well, we should be talking about skills and resources, then the majority of your channel, in my opinion, should be skills and resources. And a small part of that should be your criticism about the Manosphere. But let me tell you what's happening. You just said to me that a good portion, most of your videos are criticisms of a circular discussion. Do you understand that us complaining about bitches allegedly in a circular discussion, you're in a circular discussion about a circular discussion? Do you understand how that works? So I
understand how you're framing it, but sure.
No, bro. I've watched the last few videos, bro. I watch your shit, bro. I watch your shit. Now, understand. I want to say this so that you understand. We're public, we're talking, and we have an audience. But bro, I'm not trying to shoot at you. I want you to sit here and think, soul search for a second, right? You're in a circular discussion complaining about a circular discussion. You're shaming niggas you feel is shaming bitches. In a circular discussion, you right now are being drawn away from your real mission, in my opinion,
right. Be sure to add your opinion part on all of this. That's the part.
Don't tell me to be sure. I'm doing it. right? So I can be heard doing it, in my opinion. If your mission is to move the space into a place that is talking about skills and resources, then you should be part of what you want to see, as opposed to complaining about niggas, complaining about bitches in circles. If you're saying that I go to your channel and most of your content is about other content, then you have been pushed off your dean, off your mission to bring the space into a place that is about skills and resources. If I'm complaining about the weeds in the garden, if I'm not, I can pull weeds, but I also have to plant flowers. Fam, I'm in the same, I do a lot of the same things you do, right? Media production, graphic design. And I see your shit, bro. You're good at what you do, fam. I want to extend you. And I'm a hard critic, nigga. If the nigga shit is trash, I'll say it's trash. Because I've been doing this 30 plus. This has been my life. I didn't start when the digital cameras came out. I've been doing this forever. I'm born and raised in this shit. I'm an art student, art background, the whole shit. What I'm telling you is, if I was a young dude and I came to AM1's page to learn motion graphics and the things that you do, I couldn't learn that from your channel because you're too busy trolling BGS and the rest of these guys. And I'm not saying this to defend them. You heard me in
Clearly you are. When do I get a chance though? Because you've been gone for like minutes, so it's like it's not really a fair discussion.
So that means,
go ahead.
Okay.
How do I get to react to nuanced parts of that?
So that means that you find no value in what I'm saying. You rather
no. There's value in a lot of parts of it, so I can't address it and give it the respect it deserves if you go on for like hella minutes straight.
Okay, so then let me cut it off then. What I'm saying is, again, this is my opinion. If I'm coming to your page, whether it be for skills and resources or even learn some of the things from you that you've learned, you said you learned a lot from YouTube. You're on YouTube. In my opinion, I feel like a young man in his 20s maybe should come to AM1. I see you with the gimbal. I see you with the camera. I see your skills. Damn, that shit is nice. I want to come to AM page and learn that from AM1. And then you will be able to pass that on to whoever's listening to you. But instead, what you have opted to do, and it gets you views. I'll give you that. I would say, and I would argue, and then I'm gonna cut off here, that your criticisms on the Manosphere get more views than any of your other content.
Absolutely.
So you made a career on YouTube in a sense, right? Of being in a circular discussion about a circular discussion. Now it's your turn. Respond. I'm all ears.
So here's the thing. There was a time in my life, again, I'm from Oakland, I'm from the Bay, grew up with the whole Black Panthers, trying to move Black people forward, that type of energy in my family, my whole life. Music, grew up with a lot of that. Grew up with hip hop, golden era to blah, 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 watch the downfall of that. And I put a lot of work in doing like events, cultural type stuff, really trying to move the culture forward. And the Bay Area went to the whole gentrification, blah, blah, blah. The plight of Black folks, right? I put a lot of energy into this whole plight of Black folks thing. So that's something that we know keeps going off a cliff, right? Would you agree that the Black people talk a lot about progress, but aren't doing the things necessary to move into some type of progress? What do you think about that?
Collectively?
Right.
Right. Collectively, I'd agree with that to a certain extent. I'd agree to a great extent.
Okay.
I'd agree. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think we're objectively, we see that to be true, right? So for me,
I just want you to recognize that I just answered that question without any wrangling, and that's what I'd like in return. But continue. Yes, I agree. Continue.
It's cool. We're in agreement with that as an objective observation. So then it becomes a matter of, all right, well, I've talked about the state of Black people. That's me. That's my family. That's my extended family. If you want to talk collective, we've been oppressed. We're such an oppressed people. There's people who are fighting to better the position of the Black community as some kind of collective, right? So that could be thought of as having a cyclical discussion, right? Or you could even say, well, fuck the Black community. Let's just focus on Black men, my direct counterparts, the guys out here just like me.
Right.
Again, if there are white supremacy type ideas or other groups of people, other groups of men, like the way I phrase it, there's gangsters out here coming for our freedom, men in suits of all kind of races, whatever, elitist types coming for our freedom. But at least I'd love to be able to network and work with Black men, any men really, but specifically Black men, because I want to see Black men come up. Now, if I keep trying to work with and move forward and drop a little bit of game, a little bit of like, hey, here's how you can level up. Here's what I did to other Black men. I guess then kind of by the logic, what you're saying is that's a cyclical discussion that I'm having to no end. I should, I guess, give up and stop trying to do that.
No,
because I guarantee. Okay, so I'm just making the comparison based on what you're saying of I'm having a cyclical discussion about a cyclical discussion because you're minimizing what I'm saying. And it's kind of wild to me that you're saying this because I think you understand my point. I think we agree that
I do understand your point, but it is a cyclical discussion.
Right, a cyclical discussion, just like how cyclical of a discussion is it to keep having? Is it a bad thing to have a cyclical discussion about, hey, let's do better, let's create more opportunities for my direct counterparts, for my people, if you care about that? You see what I'm saying? Or should I just be like, fuck all these niggas, fuck business opportunities that I could do with people from a more cultural similarity, from a more, you know what I mean? If we want to talk ethnicity, culture, blah, blah, blah. Community, even of men, better men.
I'm gonna tell you, what I'm gonna be honest. I hear that said a lot, but nobody ever says like what that means. Like I hear, okay. No, hold on. Now let me respond to you, because I always hear this. You know, it sounds like platitudes to me. What Black men need to do is put together this, and it's gonna be great, and you know we're gonna reach the top, the mountaintop. And yada, 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 blah, 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 create opportunities. I mean, again, I watch your content. I'm familiar with your talking points. Everything that you've said tonight, I've heard on various streams. As far as me saying a circular discussion about a circular discussion, meaning these guys, according to you, complain, bitch, and moan about Black women. And you complain and bitch and moan about them complaining and bitch and moaning again and again and again. And again, what happens is you never get to talk about these opportunities that need to be created. So let's
talk about the opportunities every stream.
So
I literally tell the see this word not you must not have watched my content then. So now you're picking and choosing and not being genuine about it.
Fam. I never said that I've watched the bulk of your shit.
Come on,
said, hold on. You've admitted to me that you just became aware of me. I said at the top of this video, I became aware of you on Ed shit. Then we bumped into each other again on your stream about the Manosphere. I'm not sitting here pretending to have watched half of the videos on your channel. I asked you if I go to again, I'm using your words, bro. I've said, if I go to AM1's channel, what will I find the bulk of it? You said
critiques about the Black community and specifically the Manosphere and some.
But you didn't say that the bulk of your shit was about creating opportunity. So let's talk about.
I never said that's the bulk. I never said that.
I know you didn't. So when I say that
your opinion.
You said that the bulk of your content is criticisms on a man.
Yes.
That's not my opinion.
No, the bulk of my content is criticisms on the Black community. I clarified that.
So what are those criticisms?
That Black people love to play the victim game and keep falling for political maneuverings, want to make excuses for nigga shit. Right. Do a whole lot of crying and complaining about women who don't act right in the real world. I know homies of mine who have had these kind of discussions, and that holds a lot of men back.
Let me ask you, this is me asking you about your criticisms on the black community, not the manosphere. So you put complaining about women in on your list of issues with the community that the community
Absolutely.
to.
Absolutely.
So
I'm telling you, in my experience, do you want to know more? Would you like to hear more about it so you can grasp the context of what I'm saying, or no?
Okay, I'll let you do that, and then I want to ask you a very direct question. But go ahead. In
we can have
in the context of the black community. Go
yeah,
ahead.
we can have the black community is made up of men and women and children with some type of collective concept, hopefully some type of economic growth in goals in like actual community building, like relative to politics and demographics, different parts of different cities. Again, I told you I grew up here in Oakland. They said in the 80s it was 50% black, and now it's like 14% black, blah, blah, blah. And gentrification, all this other shit. But one of the biggest issues that create economic disparities, can't get the household even popping right, is a lot of shit with dudes simping and crying about women or just doing fuck shit that's fucking shit up. Because me being a man, I look at the accountability factors of what are men doing. And I can honestly say my whole life, I've seen men do a lot of punk ass shit, a lot of simp ass shit, a lot of getting fucked up in a dope game, all kind of shit. That's my experience.
Right. So
you gonna argue with that?
Are women in the community?
Absolutely.
Okay, they're part of the community, right?
Absolutely.
So you think that part of the issue or part of your criticism of the black community is that the community complains too much about women, right?
Oh, no. Okay, so wait. I just, bro, I could list to you.
Clarify.
Oh, I could give you a list of all kind of shit. It would take a whole other stream to list the issues I have with the black community. But wait. So where you're going?
Go ahead, bro.
All right, let's put it this way. Yeah. Men and women are doing a whole lot of fuck shit for sure. But in my almost 45 years, what I've come to understand is most of the fuck shit that women are doing, men either can't do shit about it to stop it, and or they play into it and focus their whole lives on it, which either exacerbates it or they just refuse to put their energy in better places. I've seen that in real life, in the real world, and I've seen that make the trajectory of the black community go off a cliff. And I see it here reflected in the online space.
All right, so let me ask you this, right? Because so now you kind of didn't answer my question because but
my bad.
Because you did say, and I want clarification on this. You did say it's on video. You said, and you put on the list of your criticisms of the black community that motherfuckers is complaining too much about women. That seems to be more
absolutely
a complaint than a
no, bro. I'll stand on that. My whole life. I've heard plenty of dudes crying and complaining about women they can't get. Absolutely.
So understand. Okay, in the community, that's your problem with the community.
In the real world, that's one of my numerous problems. Yes,
the community is black men and women, right?
Yes.
So women are complaining about black women.
Yeah, there's women complaining about black women. There's women complaining about black men. Everybody's complaining about everybody. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Generational arrested development, no accountability all across the board. Yes.
So we're complaining about women, right? In the manosphere. In the community, women are according to what you just said, women are complaining about women, right? They can't change women's behavior, the women, right? I mean, shit, Monique tried to get bitches to stop wearing bonnets, right?
Right.
Okay, we complain. According to you, we complain, and I'm not going to say niggas don't ever complain. We speak on, and we sometimes complain about black women, right? But you're saying this is a community issue. What is being said about black women? Is it valid? Because I'll tell you this. You're close to my age, right?
Yes, sir.
So you remember all the years on television of niggas ain't shit, niggas are deadbeats.
Absolutely.
Black men are dead or in
jail.
All
the way up to abort black male babies, all that. Yeah.
No, hold on, all that shit, right? So would you say that there's been a good portion of not just online, but mainstream media complaints about black male behavior?
Yes.
But your issue with the black community is that we complain about women. Right.
That one of my numerous
But you didn't
issues.
list women's complaints about men as one of
Right.
your numerous issues about the community.
Right.
So
because I think they're. Do you want to know why?
No,
because
go ahead.
For me being a man and the actions and steps I've taken in my life,
right,
I've created a situation to where the type of shit that women be talking about men don't apply to me and don't impact me.
No,
so my strategy is to tell other guys how to be in a similar situation. But the thing is, guys don't want to hear it because they want to fight for the right to just make it make sense of why they talk about the women. They want to focus on the women.
Okay, so check this out. I'm in the black manosphere. We're going to go back to that. Part of the message that I deliver and others, I can name them, is telling men how not to be in those situations. If you don't believe that,
sign me up.
Well, you have to sign
Big up to that.
But understand that you weren't signed up because you associated me with a guy who's talking about the things that you mentioned earlier, right? Which, again, those are real. Those talking points are real, and we can attribute that to those men. But they're two men, right? Two men in a big space that you think their talking points represents the whole thing. I told BGS in the stream called Disagreement Day. It's on my channel. I said, because your name is associated is in this space as one of the quote unquote leaders, then your words hold weight and people will perceive your words to be associated with the message of this space. You got
thanks for making my point for me.
No, it's my point because I made it. Understand this, right?
Then we agree on that objective point. That objective
I never said that we didn't. But again, your crutch is optics. Understand what optics are. Optics are objects in the mirror are larger than they and closer than they appear to be. Optics isn't reality. You can appear to be something and not be that thing. I am proof of this because, again, I am in the manosphere. I am associated with these men, and my opinions do not necessarily 100% align with theirs. So then optics fail. I said this to you on your stream when you guys asked me those questions, right? Optics do not represent reality. Would you agree? You gonna Edward Anderson me, give me the roof of the interior of your car, bro?
Oh, well, I'm driving, so I don't want him trying to crash. This is East 14th. I'm not fucking around.
I don't want you to die, and then we'll be talking about that.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, in some instances, optics.
I didn't drop him. I'll wait for him to return. No, he'll be back. I doubt very much that he dropped out. He's driving. Gotta give people benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I hear
you breaking up? Oh, okay, right on.
I hear you fine. So we were talking about optics. Continue. I'm listening.
Yeah, no. I was just saying, I was answering your question because I was just giving it some thought, and then we got into the whole driving discussion. Yeah, and in some instances, optics do reflect reality. In some instances, they don't.
I would say most of the time they don't. I mean, shit, according to optics, me and you are gangbangers.
Okay, so we're talking about people's perspectives.
But well, that's optics. The perspective is an optic, right? Your perspective was that my opinions were aligned with BGS's. And our perspectives come from a place. Some people's perspectives come from misinformation, propaganda, things of that nature. You know,
sure,
right? So black women who are by all, facts and you know, evidence, willing participants in the destruction of the brand of black men. You don't think that should be addressed ever?
No, I actually, bro, I'll be the first to tell you, black women are into all type of fuckery. Some black women, because I don't do the all shit. Some black women, a lot of black women are all the way off the hook, off the fucking cliff, totally out of control. Black female fuckery, running rampant. Yes, I've talked about all of this for years as well.
Right.
But the whole thing is I'm solutions oriented. And what I can realize as a grown ass man is that talking about it over and over online is not going to be the way to do anything to stave it off. My perspective is, if you care to hear it, if black men collectively change our overall brand to where we're thought of, like, again, bro, I'm here in the Bay Area. We got this little city, a few cities south of Oakland called Fremont. Fremont, over the last 2 decades, growing more and more in the Indian community. And when people talk about the Indian community in the Bay, they talk about them working in tech and bringing these other industries over here and basically taking over Fremont. So when people think of Indians and think of Asians, they think of these different communities, they automatically associate money like with the J folks, or tech like with the Asians or Indians, which technically are Asians anyway. But you see what I'm saying? My whole thing is this: if black men truly want to lead and be the leaders of households, if they do want to bring the women back to the table, the only way to do it is if we move collectively to be focused on skills and resources, yes, in some type of way where when you think of black men, you don't just think entertainer, baller, blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? People who are creating the entertainment but not owning the businesses, not having the ownership. I think we should be changing all of that and working towards that. On my channel, I quickly realized, oh, if you talk about anything other than the plight of black men relative to women and your complaints about women, dudes don't want to hear that. Well, here's the thing. I don't have issues like that with women, so it would be disingenuous for me to sit and complain about women all day. I know there's fuckery, but I also know how to mitigate and avoid the fuckery.
Let me ask you
one of the big.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I want you to finish your point, bro.
One of the biggest things I've done to avoid and mitigate the fuckery is to put myself in a position where my career, the type of people I'm around, the type of energy I'm around, doesn't even attract the type of women that a lot of these dudes be dealing with. So silly me thinks, hey, let me kick down some of that game, a little bit of OG game for these dudes who have hit me offline, wanted to talk to me like I was their older brother or their cousin or their daddy or their uncle or some shit, and say, hey, M1, what do you think about my life? And I'm down bad. Dudes have hit me with that. I'm sure that's happened to you as well. Absolutely. Dudes have hit me with that, talking about I'm broke and I'm struggling, blah, blah, blah. I know you do the media stuff and, you know, I'm interested in that. But also, how do I get boxed? How should I talk to this girl I like? I know I'm living at home with my mom. I'm not really happy. I'm kind of depressed, but I'm trying to fuck this chick that I know down the way from me. I've had this happen countless times over the last few years. So I'm realizing, oh, there's a real need for lost young guys out here to hear some real shit. But niggas don't care about that though. We just want to cry about the women over and over.
Niggas actually do care about that. Let me tell you something, bro. Now, I've asked you for your pie chart, so now here's mine. In this Manosphere space that you've already admitted that you don't listen to most of the videos, we talk about exactly what you're talking about.
Wait, most of the videos?
No, bro. This, now I listen to you. Now you got to
you got to characterize that right.
Come on, bro. Now,
but you said something false, fam. So I gotta correct that.
No, bro. I haven't even said anything for you to say I said something false. What did I say that was false? That we don't talk about that? Should I send you some links? So that shit that you just said, Big Brother, got the
damn, it's breaking up.
This and that. No. Hold on, because you said that you had to jump in because I said some false shit. You said that. Now it might have been you might have misspoke, but that's what you said, right? No, here, that's what the fuck we do. The guys who you are tying our message to, you might feel that those guys who you listen to, who you perceive to be the entire manosphere, that's not their message. But the guys who you don't listen to, whether it's because you don't know about them or because you've associated them with people, we do talk about these things. Green Gorilla talks about it. Dr. Neil talks about it. Dr. T talks about it. Marcus Aurelius Keep It 100 talks about it. There was nothing false about what I just said.
Wait a minute.
No, hold on. So let me respond to you now. If police brutality doesn't happen to AM1, does that mean it doesn't exist?
Of course not.
Okay, so then to say, well, because I don't have problems with women like that.
So you just ignored the whole rest of what I said. See, that's the type of shit we do.
Hold on, bro.
Fam, you gotta do better.
Hold on. I can only address one thing at a time, bro. Again, you said a lot. So now let me respond to you.
Go ahead.
We just got finished talking about Kevin Samuels. You said Kevin Samuels would bring girls on the show to talk about how to get high value men. It's high value motherfuckers out here. I showed just 2 articles on this very stream of motherfuckers with skills and resources and high value going through it with bitches. Right now, understand. Let me ask you a question. I just want a yes or no, bro. I just want a yes or no. Do I appear to be a man without skill?
No.
Do I appear to be a man without resources?
No.
Do I appear to be an incel?
No.
For lack of a better way to say it, bro, I'm a fucking man whore. Okay? This is how we talk it. Huh?
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Don't doubt it. What I'm saying to you is, I am the same guy sitting here before you today, saying what I'm saying. Because just because I'm not a victim of the police brutality doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I don't have any of the problems that when we talk about stats and this and that other guys might have, right? Understand this stuff. What you're making the mistake of perceiving this content to be about trying to change bitches. When we speak, we are speaking in the context. Again, I said that most of our channels are directed at men. We are not needing to talk about how we're going to get these bitches to change. What we're talking about is for the men who don't know, for the young men who don't know, we're telling them what's going on because they're being told they ain't shit. They you know that they're broke, they dusty, all of that shit that these bitches talk about, bro. Again, if you want to indict me, watch my shit. Understand when we get on these platforms and on this YouTube, we are putting the information out there, number one, so that niggas can't be lied on. It's a lot of propaganda saying that black men are this, black man ain't dads, this and that and the other. And what we put out there is, look at this data and these stats. They're lying on you. This ain't for bitches, bro. It's for men to understand that shit that they're saying about us is a lie. That's number one. Number two, I said this on another stream. I remember on a film set, I'm talking to one of the young actors, and I brought up the word alimony. And he said, "What's alimony?" I said, "You don't know what alimony is?" He said, "No, what is that?" And I had to break it down to him. So this big brother shit you talking about, that you saying niggas is pushing back on, again, in your characterization is pretty much built off of a few guys, or a couple guys, I should say. Understand that when you make your streams and you say the black manosphere is about niggas bitching and complaining and whining and things like that, you put me in that, you put Green Gorilla in that, you put Dr. T in that, you put a lot of guys in that pot based on your perception of, again, the content that you're aware of when you say that. Understand, if you're from Oakland, if I said something about Oakland, not AM1, not Joe Schmo or whoever, if I said a negative comment about Oakland, you would probably take a difference to that. So understand, when I came to your platform, we had a nice conversation. You asked me some questions. Some of them were challenging questions, and I gave you some answers. Whatever. What I'm saying is, you know, and what I wanted you to come here on some, you know, we having a discussion. Again, I said it would be challenging. Understand this though, bro. It's challenging to hear you talk shit about a group that you perceive me and a few others to be in, that I perceive myself and a few others to be in, and you lump us in with the talking points of a few niggas who you disagree with, right? Again, that's like what I said before on your stream. It's like me saying, well, I can't fuck with you because you fuck with Sly, and I don't move like that. I attribute shit you say to you, and I'll attribute things that Ty City says to him, and Ramil, and so forth. Understand, I don't lump people together from optics. So understand what we do here, all that shit that you say, that you think that should be done, or you feel it ain't getting done, and things like that. Bro, if you think I'm bullshitting you, I will flood your shit with links of niggas telling niggas the game. Niggas, especially young dudes, they need to know how these bitches is moving, how these bitches might do them. Brittany Renner took advantage of a young dude entering the league because probably somebody ain't give him the game. Athletes, fucking rappers and shit. Dion had to invite the bitch into a fucking room for her to tell these niggas, I'm the type of bitch you're gonna come across. That's not complaining about women. Because so when you say, oh, all y'all do is talk about women, understand it's part of the conversation. You say, no, all we should talk about is skills and resources and wealth building and things of that nature. I feel like I agree with you to the extent that it needs to be a more balanced discussion, and that needs to be added in to a greater degree. But to say that, yo, we don't need to address the women, I don't give a fuck if niggas want to never deal with these bitches, don't want to build a community. Because you said, well, if niggas want to build a community, no. Niggas have made it very clear that that's not what they want to do. I disagree with my man BGS. I'll say it here. I disagree with him. He says 70% of the space, and I said it on your shit. I said, I don't know where that 70% number comes from. I said it on your stream. I'm here to say, bro, I'm here to give niggas the game. If niggas gonna pretend to give a fuck about black men, then the black woman conversation needs to be had. It needs to be, because bitches is out here ruining niggas' lives because they be either been indoctrinated by their mama, their grandmama, their auntie, or some shit like that, and ain't no nigga around except us niggas on the internet to tell them what the fuck not to do. That ain't complaining about bitches. That's information. That's information. I'm not here to save shit. I'm not here to, I don't give a fuck about how bad Keisha gets shamed or badly talked. I don't give a fuck because them bitches is over there, like you said, abort black babies, right? That's what you said. If that's the energy on the other side, I'm here to tell niggas what it is. And I use stats and figures and facts and research to show them that the shit that they saying about you, young blood, is bullshit. That's nobody pulls stats and shit like that in front of bitches. Who are these niggas? Who are
Marcus,
they?
can I respect bro? You dropping a lot of gems, and here's the thing: I'm driving down E14,
day, bro.
But fam, we was just hollering for a long time, and you said a lot of things, and you did that monologue in a way where I couldn't respond to a lot of the things, to where I could piggyback on certain counters to it that can give you some perspectives, because we're both grown-ass men from different parts of the world, different parts of the country. And I think we could be helping each other more so than to be in some kind of argument, right? Like maybe the perspectives can add and build on each other. So you're saying we're giving the guys the info. Well, I say this, based on discussions like I told you before, while I've talked to these guys directly, like guys who could literally be my son.
Who are these guys, bro? Let's not do that. Who are these guys?
No. Fam, I'm talking about like
content creators?
Audience. Like I highlighted, I illustrated to you before how people in the audience be like, hey, I want to talk to you about something going on in my life or talk to you about your
Right.
career, motion graphic shit, how I can get into that. I've had numerous discussions with guys who said, I want to know more about videography, motion graphic design, and got on the horn with them and was like, oh yeah, dope. And then they end up telling me stories about their interactions with women. And then
Right.
I'm like, okay, well, what's up? I'm asking them like on some big bro shit, on some dad level shit, like, well, what are you doing? Like, what is your life about? Right? Because I'm putting it through the lens of, well, how are you moving out here as a man to the point where why would this chick even want to fuck with you? Feel me? And what I've seen to the point of BGS's point, because I agree with some of the things BGS said. Some of the shit is objectively true. That 70%. I've had guys in my comments say, yeah, we do want our lick back from Keisha. We do want to bring Keisha back to the table. Keisha does owe us because Pookie got theirs. Fam, I'm not making shit up. I don't want to like be some dick who's just like, fuck the Manosphere. I'm literally just saying things I've seen and observed. And you're
I'm listening. Continue. Hello? Yo. We're going to wait for AM1 to come back. We're going to wait for AM1 to come back. I don't want to make any points or any comments until he returns. Hope you guys are having a good time. I hope you're entertained. Hope you are entertained. And I appreciate AM1 for coming to Disagreement Day.
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, and I hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't move any of my chess pieces while you were gone.
No, I can hear you. No, because this is the thing. You keep going back to this point of I'm mischaracterizing something or characterizing space based on two guys. That's inaccurate, sir, because I made it clear to you. I came in on the OJ. I came in on the O'Shea wing of this thing, and I've interacted with hella different people in the Manosphere, fam. That's objectively true. I've been on all kind of different panels. So I'm saying that to say the totality and the breadth of my observation, fam, it'll be easier for me to list to you who I haven't interacted with in the space.
Bro, when we talk about the space, we talking about content creators. We talk about guys who, because you know, you even go to the extent of saying that guys are doing this content to keep men in a state of perpetual failure. I'm paraphrasing.
And I can expand on that.
No.
I'll happily expand on that.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, because again, when you say these guys and this and that, understand this, right? The audience is the audience. The audience will gravitate to what they want to watch. You can't control that either. Okay, right. So you can't control that. So understand that the audience and whatever energy they're giving you has nothing to do with when you're talking about content creators and their quote unquote content strategies and things of that nature. So what I'm directing to you is, you're saying that I'm mischaracterizing you as someone who's mischaracterizing the space. And when I say who, I got two names, and then you say, well, these other guys, and I don't know who these other guys are. So I just need, go ahead.
Okay, so you will need me to list off all of the content creators I've ever been on panels with or had discussions with. Do you want me to do that?
No, what I'm trying to understand is you make a point of saying that the Manosphere is about, or for the most part,
right. And I'm telling you how I arrived at my observation.
I wasn't even done. So understand, I know that panels, for the most part, don't be full of content creators. There'd be a lot of people that hit the link and come on a panel that ain't a content creator, ain't collecting no super chat or no cash app. These are people in the audience all the time that come on these panels and chime in these discussions. They're not all content creators. So for you to say that the guys that you're on panels with, I'm on there with these guys and this and that, like all of these guys make content, or all of them are pushing this conversation in a particular direction. Understand, if Obsidian does a stream and he's talking about bringing women back to the table, or he's shaming women and whatever, the people that he brings on the panel into that discussion that are not content creators are following that discussion, right? So what I would
Fam.
want, hold on, what I would want is, and, you know, you don't have to list all of them, but you would have to do better than 2 to characterize that an entire collective is
All right, let me
pushing
do it.
one message for
Let me do it. Let me do it. I've interacted with O'Shea, Obsidian, Angry Man, Fantastic, Barnard Riley, BGS, Edward Anderson, Ramil, Ty City, George Macon, Taz, C Boogie, Red Supreme, who else? Super Sly. I'm trying to think of people who ain't even here anymore. Cerulean. Been on talking to these guys, content creators who've dropped all kind of whole the Great Faulkner Initiative, all that. Big up to that. That was an interesting idea. I keep going. I keep going and going and going. So content creators, guys, figures around this space that I've interacted with. Shout out to Art New Style TV. That's my guy.
But
I can keep going with a lot of guys, but then
no, you don't.
So what I'm saying is this.
Go ahead.
So Marcus, what I'm saying is this. In 5 years of interacting with numerous content creators,
right,
and interacting with people who are the viewers, the consumers, and having direct conversations with guys who told me about their direct lives.
Are irrelevant right now. We're talking about
that's your opinion.
No,
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
No, in the context
I'm telling you.
You're saying.
I'm telling you my observation. I'm telling you my observation.
And they grifting.
Let me finish what I'm saying. If you let me finish what I'm saying, then maybe you'd understand what I'm saying.
But you have to keep the context, bro. But go ahead. I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
I'm expressing to you the totality of my experience relative to interacting with anybody in this space adjacent to this space. If I put that all on a pie chart, the majority of what I've heard from guys even talking about it, content creators, just the totality of it has been ultimately gripes, complaints about women. So there's guys who have openly admitted that.
So all those guys that you're.
Let me add one more thing though. Let me add one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
BGS himself, out of his own mouth, on your panel said 70% of the men want to bring Keisha back to the table. That matches the observation I've seen within my time here.
So then BGS Lord, because I just said I don't. Okay, so then if you agree with what he's saying, then where does 70% come from? Then now I have to ask you, because I'll ask him when he's on here, because he's the next conversation. Understand? I'm asking you, since you are running with, it's 70%. So where was this poll taken?
I'm saying.
I'm asking. You said you agree with him, so he said 70%. You agree. So where was this poll taken? Oh, he dropped out again. I'll wait for him to come back.
Fuck!
Right? Could you hear me? I can hear.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it just I don't know, fam. Because I'm still out. I still haven't made it back to my Wi-Fi. So I literally tried to stop to get the signal to work better. No, there's no poll. I'm talking about. I don't know where BJ's got the number from. I'm just saying that based on my observation and my experience here for the last 5 years, I agree with that assessment.
So you're coming up with numbers based on observations.
I would even say, yes. Like that's like think of it this way. Think of it this way. Because I feel ridiculous even saying this. Have you ever looked at a crowd of people and made an assessment of how many people might be in that crowd? That's all it is.
Hey, bro, check this out. I hear logical, rational, critical thinking thrown around a lot in this space. Intellectual is thrown around a lot in this space. What I won't, at least for me, in a conversation with me, allow you or BGS is make up numbers or make up shit, right? Understand this, right? If you're gonna say a number, that number has to come from somewhere. Now you're saying, well, shaming about stats and figures. Niggas don't get to make up their own stats, fam. 70% of what? From where? So when I say where was that poll done? I need to know.
That's just you. That's just you.
No, bro.
That's what you want.
No,
I'm telling you my observation, my anecdotal experience and observation.
Man, you can't come up with a number. No, that doesn't work, bro.
That does work. Yes,
No,
people do it all the time.
Okay. We're gonna disagree. You can't just make
Yes, we gotta disagree.
Hey, you know what? I observed and I came up with this 70% just based on my eyes.
Yes, from my literally. From my time interacting with people here on this online space, I actually estimate about 80% of the content is dudes griping about women. That's my anecdotal experience.
You do not want to die on this hill where we just make numbers up. You don't want to die on that hill.
It's not even a hill to die on. This is just whatever. This is simple.
You'd be better off saying most.
Yeah, okay, most. I agree. Most, yeah, sure.
Don't say 70%.
I'd say 80%, but the most, sure.
But again, you're making the same mistake, bro.
All right. Again, I'll say it how you want to say it. Most. Rational. Wait a minute. Is 80% out of 100 most? Marcus, is 80%? 75% out of 100 most?
Content creators, because I don't.
Semantics, fam.
No, it's not.
That's you. That's you,
bro. If you're saying the space,
I'm not interested in what you count. I'm telling you my observation. Why don't you understand that?
You're not interested in facts.
Who could possibly have the facts on such a thing? Nobody has those as facts.
But you're saying 80%. What fact is that based on? So
my anecdote. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm literally saying it's my observation.
So
I keep saying that. I said that 50 million times.
Okay, bro.
Okay, so most. I'll say it like you want to say most.
No, I'm gonna let you.
Let's agree. Let's agree with most. Let's agree with most.
No, I'm gonna let you hold that. No, you said 80%. I'm holding you to that.
Sure. I'm holding 80% most. But and I'll agree with what you said too. But here's the thing, though.
Understand. No, bro. This is not what you railroad me, fam. Understand this, bro. I'm gonna ask you again, and this is because you're trying to introduce things to muddy the water.
Really not.
Hold on.
Really not.
What you said on your channel is that content creators are fucking with YouTube to get money off of the viewer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that's what's happening, then the people watching, their opinions are irrelevant. It's really about you.
No,
hold on. Your indictment of the Black Manosphere is about content creators, not the audience. Otherwise, you say that.
Both. No, I said that. I've said it. I've said it.
Okay, so
I've said it.
I've
said it numerous times.
So you gave me a list of people who you interacted with, but your list of people who actually make that content that you saying falls under the description that you made is 2 people. So are you saying that all the guys that you named? Okay, so the name.
No, you just keep saying that. You just keep. I literally have said. Fam, I've literally have said. As far as then we get into the definition of guys who have had high percentage discussions about what women are doing, ain't doing. Then I could literally name even guys I'm cool with. Shit, where do we start? Guys,
we definitely talk about what women are
doing.
You
said name names. You said name names.
But what you're doing is you're contextualizing that into we're trying to change these women. I just told you.
No, you got it wrong.
Say that because that's what shame, blaming, and explaining means.
And I told you that's his definition. My observation has parallels and overlaps. I said that 1,000 times.
Let's get to your definition, bro. Let's go.
Literally the same. No. Here it is. My observation has parallels and overlaps with SBE. Do you understand that?
Elaborate.
I'm just trying to clarify. Do you understand that? So I don't have to say it 50 million more times.
No, you said it plenty times. So elaborate.
Excellent. So here's what it is. You're saying you're giving the guys the game. You're talking about what women are doing. They're saying a bunch of different shit about guys. I agree with that. I see that is objectively true. I think one of the best.
But let me finish. Guys in the space have pushed back on that those talking points. So
no. Let me, bro.
You talk about that or we don't? Because I say we do.
No. What I'm saying is this. There obviously is fuckery coming from Black women. We all agree with that.
That's not the point. We talking about the
Well, you asked me. Wait, Tim. You asked me my definition, my perspective. Did you not? I'm trying to give you that to you.
I asked you your definition of SBE, not what black women are doing or not doing. I asked you, so what is your definition of what SBE is in terms of what black men on YouTube are doing in their videos? Let's keep the discussion to the question. What is your definition of SBE? Fuck what the bitches are doing in real time. What is your definition? We know that they are part of, that's why we all here, because of their fuckery. What is your definition of SBE? Let's not go around the world. SBE in AM1's definition. He dropped out again. So the question on the table is AM1's definition of SBE.
No, that is not the question.
That is not the question. What the question is?
I'm telling you that it's a disingenuous question. Because I've told, fam, it's recorded here. I'm telling you.
You said that you have a different definition of SBE that has.
I told you I have my perspective. Right. I have my perspective and observation on what's happening in this space. I got to get this point out again because you already agreed to this. So let's get it on the record again that you agreed to what I'm saying here. I have my observations and perspectives on this space based on my totality of years dealing with this space. That has some parallels and overlaps to Ty City's definition of SBE. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So elaborate on that. Don't tell me what black women are doing. Elaborate on that.
So, okay. So my observation of the space that has the overlaps with the SBE guys, the points they're making is that there are black men congregating online who spend a whole lot of time, who claim to be some type of black male advocacy message delivery system, but by and large the discussions are complaints about women, and I think that is counterproductive, and I think there's a better way to move forward.
So let's not do the umbrella shit or the vague ambiguous shit. So what are these complaints?
That you just told me not to say something about the women, right? That the women are the women are not behaving right. They want the thugs, they want the pookies, and not the educated guys. They got fake booties, fake eyebrows, fake eyelashes, which I agree with. I don't like that shit either.
Right.
They get degrees and they want to wave that in guys' faces. Some kind of way they magically trick guys into signing marriage paperwork and then take them to court and run their pockets. That they're out here fucking a bunch of niggas and running game on dudes. God, we keep going forever. Yeah. So there's guys who have these discussions, and I understand.
Right.
I've seen and observed these things in real time in real life myself, for sure.
We all have, bro. We're not talking about like Bigfoot and Sasquatch, my nigga. Understand this. So now my next question is the conversations, because you're saying we're complaining, right? Because you're contextualizing, and I told you what the context was already, and then now you're doubling down on saying we're complaining. So what do you think?
That's your opinion of it,
bro. I'm asking you a question. What do you think the objective? Because you say by and large, again, this is again, if it's by and large, we're complaining about black women, what they will or won't do. What do you think is the objective of these conversations in your perception?
Excellent question. So I've asked that exact question to. Can you hear me? I've heard, guys, Marcus, you shouldn't make this some kind of confrontational thing.
No,
because all I'm going to do is because your energy about it is more confrontational than let's build and like. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to build, but what? Let me tell you. Okay, so let me tell you how I feel in some parts of the discussion, bro. If I ask you a question, if you ask me a question, I just answer it. I did this on your show. You asked me a question and I answered it. You can watch the stream again. I don't do the ring around the rosy shit, right? So and then you called me disingenuous. I'm asking you real questions. So if you say, well, that's an excellent question, then let's get right to it. Understand that when I ask you questions, we do a lot of certain, You talking about circular discussion?
Yeah, because you keep asking me questions in a way where you want me to answer it only in a certain way.
No, if I ask you a
You've done that twice.
Then you can give me a percentage. If I ask you how many people, then all you have to, some of these questions are yes or no. It ain't about how I want you to answer. Again, if I ask you what
we're gonna have to agree to disagree. We're gonna have to agree to disagree then.
Well, I mean, we can agree to disagree about the wetness of water. It doesn't stop water from being wet. Understand this, bro. I'm asking you. I asked you your definition because you said your definition is different.
My observation. My observations
of what?
What's going on in the space and how it has some parallels and overlaps with their definition of SBE for the 1000th time.
So let me repeat what just happened here, because the guys that are listening, so they can hear it and understand. I asked you for a definition of SBE. You gave me Tie-City's definition. Right? Then I said, well, you specified that, well, that was his definition of SBE. So then I asked you, what's yours? And now you're saying, well, no, it's not a definition, it's an observation. So
no, I've been saying the whole time.
So basically you're saying that what he's saying is going on in the manosphere is different than what you're observing.
No, I'm saying that there are some parallels and overlaps for the 10,000th time. Okay, parallels and overlaps with my observations.
So then parallels and overlaps with what? Be specific.
With my observations. So
what is your observation that parallels?
My observation, because we already got past this part. My observation is that the high percentage of discussions have been about guys complaining about legitimate things that black women are doing.
But that's not
a lot of fuckery. A lot of fuckery.
Again,
it's blaming. It's blaming.
Are they doing it though? You just said this is what they. He's cut off again. I'll wait.
Fuck. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, bro.
Okay, yeah, it keeps cutting out.
Bro, listen. You said that's blaming. Two black men talking amongst themselves about how black women created the single mother epidemic. It's not shaming. If it's blaming, it's correct blaming. It's correct blaming. Black women have more kids, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see the problem.
So what are we doing about it? So what what real world impact is it having to sit around and have these discussions over and over versus other things that can be put into?
So let me answer the question. And I've told you again and again. Now this is the part where you listen. We're already having those discussions. You already admitted you're not listening. So your assessment, your observation is not based in any sort of real research. Because
whoa. So if it's not your faction of guys, so the Manosphere is just only your group of guys? Is that what you're trying to say? There isn't other guys outside of the Manosphere to have similar discussions and different are you really trying to get that off?
You said no, I'm not trying to get that off. Understand, you've made a lot of statements that I say, okay, so then you're saying this and then you want to clarify. Understand this, bro. You're saying, right, that you're observing parallels and overlaps.
5 years worth, yes.
With years worth of parallels and overlaps with
guys in various fashions.
Okay, in various factions of guys either shaming, blaming, or explaining to women because understand
and complaining.
Well, is there a C in SBE somewhere?
Actually, there is. Yes, there is. Ask by city. Yes, there is.
Understand complaining. What is your definition of complaining? Because understand, when guys get on these platforms, it's for the information of the people that's paying attention. There's a lot of stuff when you talk about stats and this and that. So is that blame misplaced? If I say
No, I agree that there's fuckery.
Hold on. So okay. So then let's get to your next question. What are we doing about it? Again,
Right.
if you go through my videos and videos of other people, you've heard of passport bros.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You've heard of, you know, BGS, the guy who you saying pretty much you think that he built this motherfucker the way you speak sometimes. He said, hold on,
nope,
monk mode.
Never said that.
Bro. Okay, I said you would think. See, the words are important.
That's you trying to propagandize this discussion. But go ahead. Nice try though. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's not really 100, but go ahead.
If you think you did something there, okay, whatever. What I'm saying to you is this, because again, most of your videos, when you describe the manosphere,
critiquing
points, you are basically
goofy niggas crying about women all day. Yes,
basically, okay.
And because I think it's funny. Because I think it's funny.
Hold on. So I'm in the manosphere. Gigi is in the manosphere. All these guys I named earlier.
I don't listen to Gigi. I just started listening to you.
Again, you're talking over me again.
Because you're not being honest, fam. You're not being honest.
You said we're a bunch
so that's disrespectful.
AM. You just said we're a bunch of goofy niggas complaining about women. How does that sound?
No, fam. If the shoe fits, then wear that shit, my G.
Okay, but you have.
So you said you don't care about simps. Me and you agree on more than we don't.
Fam. I'm trying to keep this civil, bro. I'm not talking over you. I listen to you.
Fam, you be going on 5-minute monologues, and I just sit and I can't even respond to shit. And if you say some shit that's inaccurate, I gotta say something.
Hold on, hey, bro. When it's your turn to speak, do I interrupt you?
When do I get a turn, fam? Like, let's get. Can we get a timer? Can we get a timer?
There's people listening, right? So you want me to cut my shit short, and you want to go at length. When you talk and you say things that I don't agree with, I don't interrupt you.
That's not true, fam. You cut me off numerous times, so go ahead.
Like when?
Go ahead, fam.
You said that the manosphere is a group of goofy niggas complaining about women. I'm in the manosphere. Most. So who's when you say complaining?
Anybody who if the shoe fits, wear that motherfucker.
Nah, bro, come on, man.
If the shoe don't fit you, don't worry about it. And be honest and realize that what I'm saying is true. So you say yourself, you don't agree with simping. Most of this shit is simping, fam.
So when black men are characterized as gangsters, thugs, and this and that by white society, black women in dominant society, to the point where if you get shot in the street by police, nobody sympathizes for you. The cop might even get off, right? I shouldn't worry about it because that shit ain't about me.
I'm not sure how that applies to anything.
No, it applies because you said if the shoe doesn't fit. If you saying them niggas over there is goofy and I'm standing over there with them niggas, I shouldn't give a fuck because it doesn't apply to me. No? So it's a fair question. Optics, right? You said if I stand next to niggas, then I must be like them goofy niggas. This is your talking point. I think you got cut off, bro. You there? I'll wait for him to come back.
Same spot. Yeah.
Right. So,
No.
You're good. Earlier, you said it's about optics.
No, you said that. You brought up optics.
No, I brought up optics. Optics was your word. You said if you standing next to another motherfucker, optics makes it. You guys are on the same accord. That's again, it's on your stream, bro. Anybody can look and listen.
Oh, I thought you were referring to this stream on my stream. Yeah,
I made
right. I didn't listen to your shit because of who you was rocking with. Yeah,
I made an argument against optics, but now you're saying, oh, I shouldn't care because what you're saying doesn't apply to me. The shoe doesn't fit, but you're saying that because I'm with these niggas, optics dictates that I'm one of these niggas.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Fam, understand this. Listen to understand, not to respond, man.
I do understand what you said. You clarified it.
Bro.
You helped me understand it.
We'll get a whole lot further in this discussion if you listen to understand this.
But you keep going for hella long, then I can't get nothing off. Go ahead,
bro. I go for hella long because you keep interrupting me. But go ahead, bro. Whatever it is on your mind that you got to say, go ahead and say it.
Here's where it is, fam. Here's where it is. Here's where it is. So I care about my self-image, my self-respect, how I move in this world, my ability to like generate money, be of resource, be of value. I want to see more black men move like that. I understand that there's issues, there's plight with the so-called black community, with black women, there's fuckery, there's all kind of shit going on. My whole point is this: black men, let's choose to do better and focus on the things we can directly impact, put the mirrors in our own faces, and let's do that and make sure that we are checking off all the boxes to build ourselves up to the best ability possible. Let's make it very hard for the white man or the sisterhood or the gynocracy or whatever the fuck to assail our position. If guys aren't doing that and focusing on the external things and just pointing at, they're talking about us, they're doing this to us, or they don't want to be with us, I think that's a corny fucking position. And if you think that's cool to rock with niggas that think that's cool, then you got to wear that fucking shoe, fam. It's that simple.
Who said, okay,
why would anybody argue with that? Why would any grown man argue with that? Why is that so weird?
I'm going to assume that you're done talking, so I'm going to respond to you.
I'm done now.
And I didn't interrupt you. Right?
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I said repeatedly that the guys in this space make the talking points that you're saying that they should make. You can't argue with me that they don't, because you don't watch goofy nigga videos, right? Because if you're standing next to the goofy nigga, you a goofy nigga, and I don't need to waste time watching you. That is your talking point. So you cannot make a proper assessment of the manosphere making points or not making points because you're not listening to videos. Your limited observation is based on, and I draw this conclusion based on me listening to you. Understand, before this discussion that we're having tonight, I listened to a lot of your videos, and everything that I hear is BGS, 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 BGS. Now that's my observation of me watching your videos, and I'm talking about as of late. That's number one. Number two, right? Again, I made the point that the things that we say about women here, me and several others, right? This content is for men. We don't shame women. You said trauma bonding, right? And let's talk about that for a minute. And I'm gonna dip off for a second. One thing
can I respond to a couple of things you said before you go to the other topic, though?
No, because I had to wait for you to stop. I want to inform you. But I
like the new topic, but I want to respond to a couple of things you just said before we go to the new topic. Is that fair?
But this is not a new topic. Is because okay, what do you want to respond to, bro? Because I'm gonna let you interrupt, but I want to let the audience know that you're interrupting. Go continue. I'll listen because I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
And fam, I appreciate you allowing me to interject there. I appreciate that.
Interrupt.
I appreciate that.
Say it right. Go ahead.
Sure. Word semantics, because they mean the same thing. Check it out. So you keep saying that the guys in this space do talk about the things I'm talking about, but what you're failing to include is the guys of a certain faction who I don't listen to, but there are other factions. See, when you leave that part out, that makes your argument fake as fuck.
But you're leaving that name.
So go ahead.
You're leaving that name.
I'm talking about. So wait a minute. So let me ask you this then. Outside of the whole faction of BGS, GG, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I just want to point out that now I'm being taken off of my path of.
No, I definitely want to get into trauma bonding. I definitely want to, but I'm just highlighting how you're being disingenuous because you keep saying certain guys. Let me tell you how. I'm talking about the whole totality of the rest of the manosphere, while you keep focusing on what just your guys talk about. What that I don't listen to. Listen to. You want me to tell you?
I do want you to tell me. I've been asking. I'll wait for him. I'll wait for him. I'll wait. I'm waiting.
Yo.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, well, you keep saying I'm waiting, but I want to make sure you can hear me. So
no, I can hear you now.
Okay, so sometimes I chime in and listen to Bernard Riley, Red Supreme, Angry Man, Fantastic, Ty City, Ramil, a lot of different guys.
Hold on. So let's start with Bernard Riley. Bitching and complaining about black women, right? You mentioned
I've heard him have streams where has essentially complaints about black women. Yes, discussions about what black women aren't doing. Yeah.
Okay, so who is he talking to? He's talking to black men, right?
Right.
What do you think is? And again, I'm asking you again. What do you think the objective of these discussions are?
I think the objective. I think guys think that they're either doing something for guys, giving some guys a voice to vent. I've heard all kind of different discussions of what guys think they're doing.
You, what do you think? Don't tell me what
I think. I think they're just wasting. I think they're just wasting the guy's time.
I ask you, what do you think is the objective? That's a direct question.
Oh, I think it. Oh, okay.
Disingenuousness. This is bro. This. What, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the objective
of these conversations are
to simply have the discussions over and over. I think that's the objective.
You're incorrect.
What are you asking me? My opinion?
No. Well,
so your opinion is something else,
bro. I'm telling you. So now again, now is where I told.
That might not be what you do.
AM.
So you're speaking for other guys.
AM. I let you talk, bro. Let's be civil.
So you're speaking for the other guys.
No, I'm telling you, you're incorrect. Because these are guys that I know.
Based on whose opinion?
AM. This is not where you steamroll me, bro. I want this to be cool. I let you talk. So you on your channel, I didn't do what you're doing, did I?
Fam, I didn't ask you half-ass sideways questions like this.
Bro, you actually.
I didn't try to frame the discussions in a sideways ass way, fam. So no.
So what sideways way am I? Because now we're communicating about communication. So if you're going to accuse me of making sideways, I asked you.
You're asking me about what other guys.
I asked
you're asking. You're asking me.
Hold on. Let me ask the question before you answer it, fam.
I
asked, nah, fam, because I'm asking you a question and you're talking over me in the middle. I didn't do that to you on your show.
Fam, I answered your question.
Fam, you're accusing me.
You told me I'm wrong. You literally told me I'm wrong.
You're talking over me again, brother. I'm trying again. I called you brother and fam. These are respect words. Even though I might be talking in a firm tone,
you got to listen back and listen to yourself.
So A1, understand this. If you're accusing me of asking you sideways questions, what is the sideways question that I asked you?
You asked me, what is the goal, in my opinion, of what these guys are doing, right?
It's not a sideways question. I just asked you for your opinion.
Right. So I give you my opinion, and then you tell me I'm wrong about some other guys.
I'm telling you.
You see the fallacy of that, right?
No. If you have an opinion, I can tell you you're incorrect because of the guys that you're speaking on. I know these guys.
But you're not them.
Hold on, bro.
But you're not them.
Fam.
You're not those guys.
Chill.
You can only respond to you. That's why it's sideways. That's why it's sideways. Fam, so it's just your opinion. Don't you get how that works? Your opinion versus my opinion. That doesn't make me instantly wrong.
Hold on. So
that's not how opinions work, fam. That's sideways.
Hold on, because you're trying to steamroll me, brother.
No, I'm just showing you how opinions work.
Fam. Okay, so let me show you how.
You got to do better with the interview. You got to do better with the interview. That's how opinions work.
Now you're being a little disrespectful. I'm gonna say that because
you're being disrespectful. So I'm matching your energy, fam.
So how so?
Because you're asking me about the motivations. You're asking me about the motivations of another man. And then when I tell you my opinion, you tell me I'm wrong, but you're not that man. So the best you can possibly do is give me your opinion.
I'm going to tell you why you're wrong.
The best you can possibly.
You don't want to hear why you're wrong.
Fam, the best you can possibly do. The best you can. No, I'm not saying I'm not wrong or right. All I'm saying is,
bro, stop trying to read my mind and tell me what I'm going to say before I say it.
I'm not telling you what you're going to say. I'm not telling you what you're going to say. Bro, I'm just saying, can we agree that the best you can do is tell me your opinion?
You know what this feels like? You don't want me to tell you what this feels like. Check this out.
It feels like you want to overpower the situation, and I ain't letting you do it. And you looking real weak, and you looking weak doing it. Because that's not how opinions work.
I asked you a question. You
give me your opinion. Give me your opinion, Marcus. Can I have your opinion?
If you be quiet,
go ahead.
This is a bad
your opinion,
look, bro.
Your opinion.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is a weak attempt at a civil interview and trying to like frame the discussion in a whack way. Yeah, I thought you was gonna keep it 100, but you ain't looking up to it.
No, I am keeping it 100.
So what's your opinion?
You asked me my
opinion. You tell me their motivation. Go ahead.
Here you go again. Let me know when I can talk on my shit. Let me know.
Please.
Okay, so he's cut off. So now I get the chance to speak. I would say that my opinion on these guys' objective holds more merit than yours because I know them better than you do.
Okay.
That stands up. It's called character witness. That's what they call it in legal terms. Understand this, bro. You didn't know that I spoke the way I spoke because you based your opinion of me on someone else. That's a fail. I'm telling you what my position is based on my association with the guys you're talking about. So your opinion of these men's objective holds less weight than mine because you don't have the rapport that I have with these men. So you saying that their objective is to just continue having discussions holds less weight than my opinion of these gentlemen who I have a better rapport with than you. That's like me telling you what Super Sly and his objective is, and that's your man. I can't tell you what your man's objective is better than you. That's your man. That doesn't make sense. We're rational, intellectual, critical thinkers, right? How does that work? You think you know Kanye West better than Kim Kardashian does? Based on what? I'm trying to understand. Holds a lot of weight. I know my brother's objective better than you do because he's my brother. I know my own objective better than you because I'm me. I imagine he's listening to this, so when he gets back, he can cut right in.
Oh, no. I'm listening the whole time. I was just waiting for when it was my time to talk.
Right. So you can hardy all you like. At the end, at day's end, your shit though, your opinion of these guys from the outside looking in. Because you're outside the party talking about the party in the club. You're outside talking about what's going on inside. Again, you admit that you don't fuck with this content. Right. What I'm trying to understand is, okay, and now here's the part where I say,
wait, when do I get to reply though?
No, because no, this is my response. I asked you, you said your answer. So this is my response to your answer. You're incorrect, right? You're incorrect. The reason why you're incorrect, as far as the objective of these guys' content, okay, is because I know these guys better than you. The objective, especially, and I can speak for Bernard, Okay. He is here to inform. The man has built an entire platform. He's probably still here. Hopefully he's still here. Maybe he's still here. I don't know. But he's somebody I have a rapport with. I can't tell you about your people. I can give you incorrect analysis and then tell you I agree to disagree. But just understand that your observations, are you willing to accept that your observation could be incorrect? Or are you like one of those guys who feels like what you see that's what it is because your opinion is in stone? That's a question.
Okay, so absolutely. And I could ask you the same thing. See how that works?
So then ask me.
So yeah, I'm literally saying, so your claim is that you know these guys better. I've been listening to guys talk about the similar content for years.
Right,
some of the things I think are cool. Some of the things I totally agree with. Some of the things I'm like, yeah, we know, we've heard this a million times. So at a certain point, it becomes, oh, so you must want to talk about some of these topics over and over because you want these discussions to keep going. So I say then by logical deduction, oh, you keep bringing up these same discussions because you want these discussions to keep going, but calling it black male advocacy. Now you can say, you know, these guys better than me, so you know their motives. I still say that's just your opinion, which is true. I'm giving you my opinion. Now, obviously, it does make sense that if you interact with these guys more often than me, more on some personal level behind the scenes, possibly, that you may know them more than me. But the fact of the matter is, you still don't know what these guys' motivation is at the end of the day. That's a fact.
But you know less. So basically, you're more guilty. So of what you're. So
I'm just telling you my observation, bro. My observation.
So how do you? So your observation, right, holds more weight than my rapport. Understand? If you're gonna sit and tell me, well, you don't know these guys' motivation, then your conclusion is just as trash as you're making mine out to be, right?
No, fam. All I'm saying is this. Yo, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Just because you trust these guys, I'm supposed to trust them?
No,
what kind of goofy shit is that?
We wasn't talking about trust. We weren't talking about trust. I said I have a better rapport with these guys. You said, well, you don't know their true motivation. I said, you've reached a conclusion based on observation. So your observation, you think, holds more weight than my rapport. You don't have to trust anybody, bro. You don't. You don't have to trust me. Just understand this. If my shit don't hold weight, your shit really don't. Because you're on the outside looking in, you're watching content. And for you to say what these guys, the objective is, holds less weight than mine. And I have a personal rapport with these guys. Because your whole assessment is based on you watching some videos. It's like forming a conclusion on Kanye West by watching TMZ. You don't know Kanye better than his wife does. Is that fair to say? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm mad I don't have a cigar. I need a cigar, man. Romello, what's good, baby? I'm waiting on him to come back. I don't want to say too much and give him too much to respond to. But let's move past this the Bernard Riley portion. Shout out to Bernard Riley. Shout out to Bernard. And I appreciate AM1 for being here. I appreciate him for being here. I don't want no bad blood behind this shit because I ain't call him a name. I didn't insult him. I didn't say anything personal. I don't attack men. I attack ideas. Hopefully you hear me, bro.
Yo.
I hear you. I hear you. Did you
Okay.
hear everything I just said?
Yeah. No. Respect. No.
I don't attack men. I attack ideas.
Yeah, I don't take it as an attack at all. I just think it as you just want to defend it because it makes you feel some kind of way.
No, that's fine. Let's move forward. So I'm not, my feelings, understand this, bro. My feelings ain't hurt.
You take it as an attack.
You did no,
which you said.
You did say a few things that could be taken and as you throwing some darts, but let's move past that because this is what it is. This is what it is. This is what we do. So again, your opinion, which you say is an opinion, can't hold more weight than mine because your observational skills are somehow superhuman compared to my personal rapport with these men. So
but you don't know how much of the content I watched. I was trying to say that to you. I was trying to say it does matter because then you don't know how to know how to weigh it against what I've seen.
So I watch it.
You don't have all the facts.
Yay, I know him. I know him as a person. I know what his intentions are. I know his strategy. I know his agenda because TMZ told me.
Horrible analogy.
No,
horrible analogy.
It's great. You watching the screen, you know that man's intentions because of your observation of his content. Did he say?
Marcus, Marcus, check it out. Check it out, fam.
I'm checking it out.
Check it out, fam. If you listen to a guy for a year,
right,
2 years,
right,
and within that totality of that time, they talk about a particular subject.
Absolutely.
That it makes sense to think that they want to keep talking about that subject. Now, you may say, I know this guy more. Of course, you would have to know how much I've listened, right? You'd have to know that variable to even be able to begin to make such an assessment of who knows them better, right?
Right.
But either way, you could have watched every stream I've watched, whatever, from this guy, but you could talk to this guy behind the scenes. It does stands to reason that you know this person more if you talk to them behind the scenes. But ultimately, if either of us can both objectively watch a track record of what this person talks about, then it easily paints the picture of the motivation of what they're doing and why they're doing it, because they're talking about the same things over and over. Now, if you're going to say they're not talking about the same thing over and over because they've figured out some reason they want to keep doing it because I know them better, well, then we have to assess the fact of, well, if they're benefiting or profiting from this in some sort of way, there's that. And just because you feel you know them better doesn't mean I trust you. I trust them because you trust them. Like the fuck?
I didn't ask you to trust anybody. So let me say this. Well, first, let me ask you. You made your point, right? There's things that you said that I had a problem with, but I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interject or interrupt. So I'm gonna say this, right? Based on your logic, if I go to your page and I watched most of the videos there, observed them, right? What opinions could I form about you?
Yes. Very logical.
Logical.
Very
right?
logical.
No.
Very logical.
We're talking about, I didn't say whether they were logical or not. I could say, you know what? Since most of his videos, especially as of late, is criticisms on the Manosphere.
Yes.
And his criticisms on the Manosphere get more views than any other content that he makes. I could make the observation that you are taking monetary advantage of bashing the space.
Absolutely. Yes. That is so logical. I totally agree. I totally agree.
And that you want this conversation to keep going so that you can keep making videos about it.
Yes.
Because you are monetized, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
So
I've said it before. Marcus, I'll help you out. I've said it before. I've openly stated that. I've openly stated that I'm absolutely willing to monetize and make fun of the space if people are going to pay me to make fun of the space. But it's not like I haven't offered something that could help these dudes not be down bad crying about the women. So I make fun of guys crying about being down bad about women, but I give suggestions on how to not be down bad crying about women.
No, fuck suggestions. You said you offered something. But you said most of the content that you make is about this. So
Yeah, because I got pushback from guys who said we don't want that. Go somewhere else with that. Yeah, it's wild, right?
From content
Yeah.
creators or the
Yes.
audience?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Me and Ed been cool for years.
Okay,
Ed
so who else
specifically himself.
besides Ed? So Ed said what to you? What was his pushback?
Oh, numerous times. You should go to some other algorithm with that. Guys just here just want to talk about women. Numerous guys have said, guys just want to talk about women here.
Who are the other? I hear you say a lot of guys, other guys, numerous guys, but then you'll name one person or two people.
Fantastic said the same thing, and I'm cool with Fantastic. Shout out to him.
No, shout out to Fantastic. What was their opposition again? They don't.
Grit just said it to me.
Hold on. Let me frame the question before you answer it. So, are you saying that these other content creators told you that nobody wants to hear skills and resources content? So don't make it?
They said go to another algorithm with that.
What does
do
that
mean? Somewhere else.
What does that mean?
Right. Basically, go somewhere other than here in this space with a solution type oriented type of content like skills and resources, because the guys here want to vent about women.
So
guys have told me that.
Guys here, meaning who? The content creators or the audience?
Both. No.
They're talking about the audience. Understand this, bro.
If you say so,
bro. Well,
if you say so, sure.
Do you have skills and resources content on your channel?
Yes.
How much views does it get?
Way less than nigga shit YouTube drama, for sure.
Right. So that is the audience speaking, correct?
Well, the audience populates more than the content creators.
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean the content creators don't want that gone too.
It means if you want to make skills and resources content, no content creator will stop you from doing that. The reason you don't do it is because nobody's watching it. I'll tell you this. I told you earlier that I made 2 videos.
No, but I do it.
No, fam. I'm not done. I told you earlier that I made 2 videos, both of them called Creating High Value. Those are 2 of the least watched videos on my channel, right?
I get it.
So whether productive skills, content, skills or resources or money or all this stuff that you say should be talked about here, right? Which we do talk about. It's there. We talk about it. I sneak it in. With the fuckery.
So do I.
I sneak it in. Understand? No, but see, I go right into it. I don't talk about what needs to be talked about. I talk about it. That's the difference. When niggas, again, I listen to you. Understand this, bro. Understand this. Again, your videos about us, goofy niggas bitching about women, get you more views and money than the shit that you're saying should be spoken about and that you're saying the audience doesn't want to hear. That is not an indictment on us, the content creators. That is indictment on the audience. It's an indictment on the audience.
But content creators have said go somewhere else with that too.
They're telling you that because
so say it right.
No, hold on, bullshit. Nobody's telling. You're the guy telling other people what videos to and not to make. These niggas are not telling you, yo, don't make these videos, nigga. I want to see. Send me links of the Black Manosphere guys complaining about AM1 or anybody else making content, teaching them how to get money, how to do this, how to do that, and all this productive shit. Send me the links to the content creators telling you or anyone else what kind of content they can't make because it won't be accepted here. Nate, a matter of fact, and don't even call it a disingenuous question because you those guys and these guys and those guys over there and who these guys. Tell me who these guys are and send me their links of niggas complaining, making content complaining about guys who want to talk about productive shit. That's an opening. I'll wait.
What the fuck? Yo.
I hear you. I hear you. Cell phones, bro. They do what they do. So I think you heard me. So I'm listening.
Yeah, I never said that guys made videos specifically saying AM1 go to another algorithm or complaining about me doing.
I said you or anyone else. Who are the content?
I'm saying Edward Anderson specifically.
Okay, so
Mr. Fantastic, guys who I'm cool with.
They told you can't.
G Dizzle even said it. They said you should do it in another algorithm.
So how about
and I get why they say it, fam. I get why they say it.
So they were giving you advice based on the non-engagement of the audience.
Right.
They weren't telling you what you couldn't do. You do videos.
I never said that. Nobody can, of course, nobody can tell me what to do.
I'm not saying what you said. What I'm saying is what you did say was that these guys told you what they told you, and I'm telling you that it's not for the same.
Oh, let me add one. Just the other day on the stream.
You don't let me finish a sentence, bro. I let you talk, bro.
I'm trying to help you out. My bad, bro. My bad. I just thought of another one that I could add to it, but go ahead.
Understand this, fam. When you throw rocks at the Manosphere, you're telling us too much of this. You need to add this, not because of engagement, but because you're tired of the discussion. The difference between that and what these guys told you, these guys are not telling you, yo, man, nobody want to hear your skills and resources bullshit. Get that shit out of here.
Actually, BGS just said that the other day. He said those exact words. Get out of here with that.
You said a bunch of guys told you. So who else? You said Ed.
Fantastic, Ed, BGS, G Dizzle.
These are guys who said what? Did they say? Do they got?
You should. They either said you should go to another algorithm with the G Dizzle told me this on the phone. You should go to another algorithm with
so
that.
Basically they were giving you.
But BGS said also. BGS said get the fuck out of here. Nobody don't want to hear about skills and resources, and then turned around and tried to say we've been talked about skills and resources. So this shit just is whatever, fam.
So it's back to BGS again. When you say that a bunch of guys are saying these things,
okay, numerous guys, more than 3 guys.
So okay, three guys. Okay, Edward.
But wait. Yes. The audience has said it as well. So content creators and the audience to your point,
bro. Again, the audience will tell you what they want to hear or what they don't want to hear.
And I still make fun of that. And I make fun of that too. Yes.
Understand,
bro. And I make fun of that too.
Bro, you don't have to keep talking over me.
I'm just trying to help you out. Go ahead.
Bro, I don't need your help. I really don't. What I'm saying to you is when them guys told you, is anybody could hear because we got sense, is based on engagement. We know, and I'll say it because I've said it already. I ain't scared to say it. Most of the time, and you know it because you tried it and it didn't work, motherfucker, right? You tried to do the positive. Oh, you should do this and this and this and this. Maybe
but I still do it.
A few years, maybe you still do it. And you said that those videos don't get as much views. That it is an indictment on the audience, not the content creator. And the content
I disagree.
No. So then whose fault is it that nobody's watching?
It's both.
So how?
Okay, Marcus, so check it out.
Hold on.
Let me answer your question.
Let me ask you the questions. When I was on your shit, I asked you the questions. So let me ask you a question, right?
Sure.
How do content creators affect who views your content, bro? And which content they view and which ones they don't? How? These motherfuckers got powers? Tell me about it.
Well, actually they do, but check it out. To answer your question, it's twofold actually. They cannot directly affect what me turning on live stream, uploading a video, of course. But what they can do is keep feeding people what they want to hear, circular discussions that are just keeping guys on a hamster wheel, spinning their wheels, and propagate more of let's just talk about crying about women and not anything that's going to make us look like we actually doing some shit. So in a roundabout way, yeah, we can just make it be some fuckery shit in the guise of black male advocacy. Yeah, and I get it. I totally get it.
So you
And I make fun of it. And I make fun of it.
No,
and I
fine,
monetize making fun of it.
That's
Yeah.
fine. So now I'm responding to you.
I'm perfectly okay with that. Because that's my voice, black male voice,
fam,
right?
Fam. You answered my question. You think that these guys have that much? How many subscribers does BGS have?
I don't know, fam.
40,000, I think. Right? None of these guys are over 100,000 subscribers. You think that this small group of guys has that much
just BGS's faction?
Bro. I, again, you're interrupting me. I didn't talk the whole time you spoke. You think that these guys are so fucking powerful that if you had something positive to say, that they wouldn't want to hear you? So that means BGS and Edward Anderson are so powerful that when I put out these 2 videos on how to fix your credit, to save up 10 grand of emergency money and all of this stuff, BGS in his mighty lightsaber prevented motherfuckers from listening to my video because they got these niggas so caught in a trance, right? Do you think that there's guys in this chat and in these spaces that disagree? Because understand, that video that I did with me and BGS was debating, that is the most viewed video on my channel. You know what that tells me? You know what that tells me? It tells me that most motherfuckers probably ride with y'all. 4,200 views on Let's Talk SBE. I've never got a video that had that many views on it until Ramil showed up, until Ty City showed up. And then the debate in the back and forth between me and BGS and Ramil and BGS, right? That happened. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. What that tells me is most of the viewers probably don't agree with the master teacher. Okay, so and then videos were made about that video. You made one, and other guys made videos of that video because there was a moment to behold. Would you agree? Understand this. So understand. This nigga ain't got the power that you're saying that he has because I should have lost subs. Oh, we ain't fucking with Mark. He's disrespecting the master teacher. We out of here. No, 100 niggas showed up to my shit. Y'all shit is strong. You came, Ramil came, 100 niggas was in my shit. 100 niggas is here right now with me and you talking. Look at my other video. When I'm on the stream, I'll show you my analytics. My last video ain't have 100 people in here. They're in here because they want to see this conversation between us. Understand this imaginary power that you're saying is affecting these guys so much that they just mindless zombies, that they just want to be caught in this conversation of losing. Let me point out something else. You cannot grift broke niggas. If these niggas didn't have skills and or resources, you cannot get money from them. There are men in my chat right now. Shout out to Romello. This nigga runs his own fucking business. You cannot grift broke niggas. If niggas ain't got no resources, how can you grift them? It's the worst grift in history. You know who's grifting? Ace Metaphor, Derek Jackson. That's the grift. Bitch, you beautiful. You're a queen. Fuck these niggas. Nice for what? That's the grift. Speaking for black men, advocating for black men, telling black men you aren't a population of gangbangers and drug dealers. And these women are lying to you. And these women are doing this to you. Because a lot of black men's reality revolves around black women because we're raised by them. All these single mother realities. I don't ride against what you're saying. I don't. As much was proved in the video where I spoke to BGS, but this argument that you're saying that nobody wants to hear productive or watch productive videos because of BGS and Edward Anderson, like they have this,
that's not what I said. You love to misphrase what I'm saying.
Okay, so again,
it's so whack how you keep doing that, fam.
Correct me then. I'm willing to be corrected.
The totality of my experience dealing with this Manosphere shit has been complaining about women by and large. There's all kind of other discussions. You got black brain trust, all kind of shit. MOT heavy pushing productivity, all kind of shit. Ramil was doing a lot of shit like that. Ty City was doing shit like that. But guys literally pushed back from that and wanted fuckery. There are guys who were specifically said this is just entertainment. There are guys who say no, we're pushing some kind of message. There's guys who are trying to say there's guys who are trying to say that this is some kind of black male advocacy. There's all kind of different things depending on who you ask on what given day.
Already, but you also just said.
Can I finish though? Can I finish, man?
Because you're lying.
I guess not. So I can't finish.
No,
go ahead, bro.
You cut me off.
Go ahead for another 5 minutes. Go ahead for another 5 minutes.
No. I'm going to say this. This is what an interjection sounds like. You just said that your positive skills and resources videos get no traction because these other content creators got niggas stuck in a trance of complaining about bitches. You said that. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said that.
Okay, so here's what's going on. There's a parasitic economic deal being made where niggas, in real world niggas, love entertainment. I think we know objectively, come between niggas and entertainment, they will come for you no matter what you're trying to do, building for the community or building for black men or whatever. And that shows its head here. So we all know, you just illustrated it. I have felt the effects of it for sure. You try to do something that's positive, that's talking about building some shit, niggas engage with that less. We know this to be true. But at the same time, there are guys who claim that there's some message, black male advocacy, all that. My whole thing is this. If I ever tried to deliver a message of, hey, utilize YouTube to change your financial position, because guys have specifically come to me and told me their financial position is limited, while at the same time complaining about their lack of sexual access and attention, I say, fam, that's fucking stupid. Focus on building yourself up first. That is my overall message, and I can demonstrate how utilizing YouTube University or whatever the fuck, you can change your position, create more options, self-improve, make yourself better, and you'll have a much better probability of success in life and dealing with women if you focus more on that than sitting around complaining about women. Dudes don't want to hear that, so then I think that's fucking funny, and then I make content every couple of weeks or so, or a week or so, or whatever, depending on how much time I got from my regular real job work, and I make videos where I make fun of it low key, but at the same time, my overall message is, hey, black men, let's do better. Simple.
So again, it's the audience. You make videos.
It's both.
Hold on. You make videos where you criticize the talking points of content creators
and the audience.
Bro.
You just say it right.
No.
So I don't have to correct you.
No, bro. What you just described is an audience disinterest in certain things. Me and you are in the same place with that. And you say you still make the videos. I still do, right? But we know that if you surround the video around those conversations, then it'll get less engagement. But you also link that to content creators having some sort of stranglehold trance on niggas and what they will or won't listen to. That's a fail. Understand that.
I disagree.
No, hold on. Well, you can just understand none of us control what these motherfuckers want to hear or what they don't want to hear. There is nobody on here. This ain't hip hop, right? This ain't the block where my brick is the only brick that can sell. This is 100% free enterprise. What you've opted to do on your channel is say, you know what? I'm going to now capitalize off the same fuckery I've been criticizing all this time by criticizing it in fuckery fashion. Right?
Yes.
So you have, in effect, surrendered yourself to the idea that these guys, the audience, don't want to hear productive conversations. Now, when you were doing those productive conversations, nobody made a video about AM1 or anyone else and their distaste for functional or progressive conversations. Nobody did that. Now, what you realize is the audience wasn't interested necessarily in that. So that's an indictment on the audience. But you make it your primary focus is other content creators and what you think is their influence on that reality. When I'm telling you, 4,000 motherfuckers came here to the Keep It 100 channel, motherfuckers that probably ain't never watched none of my shit ever, to watch me disagree with the same guy you say has a stranglehold on shit. That doesn't make sense, bro.
I can help you. Let me know when.
Please help me.
Okay, so you keep collapsing it down to this micro level thing of your channel and your engagement. I'm talking about the totality, the macro of my perception, my observation.
I understand.
And the idea.
Saying,
okay. Bro. All right. So let me continue. Let me continue.
Because now this is becoming. Guess what?
You keep reframing it in a way that makes it.
No, I said what you said. I said what you said. I ain't reframe shit. Don't do that. I said what you said. You yourself admit that you get more views talking about the Manosphere than when you don't. You said that. You also said, well,
so I can't finish. So I can't finish.
Get paid. Do this. No, because you accuse me.
So no. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
You made
so then we're done. Then if I can't respond, because I want to clarify for you.
So clarify the accusation.
It's this simple. I said you keep funneling it down to what happened on your stream, which is the micro of the macro. The macro is, by and large, this whole thing is a situation. You understand supply and demand, simple business concept. Supply, content creators supply cyclical fuckery complaint streams because they figured out how to profit from it by way of money and attention. And there's a weird thing where Black people love entertainment. They love the trauma bonding. They love whatever the fuck, whether they got money or not. A lot of these dudes are broke and struggling, or at least some of these guys, or at least, all right, let me usually be directly anecdotal. Wait, let me finish. Oh, well, if guys are making money by way of super chats, cash apps, whatever, based on the idea of whoop that trick content, I mean, Obsidian has openly stated that. Donovan Sharp stated that. He's not part of this Manosphere, whatever. There's other guys doing similar content strategy. But bottom line is this. So all I'm saying is this. I find it funny in a dark sort of way that Black people just love entertainment. That's one of the downfalls of the Black community that I've criticized in real life and on here on YouTube.
So
and within the Black
BGS Immo and Edward Anderson.
They are guilty of doing that. Yes, they have done cyclical fuckery content crying about women. Yes.
Hold on. If Black men in Black culture as a whole, if we like drama and we like fuckery, is it safe to say that that's what influences Black men to watch the entertainment and the fuckery as opposed to the productive shit, as opposed to these content creators having some sort of Jedi mind trick force over niggas and what they consume? Supply and demand. No, it's because of supply and demand. So then it's fair to say that they don't want to watch your or my progressive content based on their predisposition culturally to run to dramatic, entertaining shit, as opposed to them in some zombie shit because of two content creators on YouTube.
You keep saying two content creators. I'm talking about the totality of.
I asked you, what do you think is the reason that those videos don't get traction? You said because these guys got these dudes in some sort of trance or some sort of
because
mind fuck that doesn't allow them to accept the message that you're trying to give them, right?
no, because a lot of Manosphere content creators are making content that are the same cyclical discussions about Keisha over and over and over.
So because
it is a supply and demand situation. Yes, I've said that countless times.
Demand. Where does the demand come from? Does it come from those content creators and they're producing this demand by making this content, or is it a black male disposition from the hood and the black culture?
I don't know. I don't know.
You just
but I'm more focused.
Wait, hold on.
What I'm saying is this: you're asking me where it comes from. Now that could be epigenetic trauma. That could be all kind of shit. All I'm saying is that it exists, Marcus. I'm saying that it exists. We both agree.
You said
you're asking me where it comes from.
No,
right?
You said no. Hold on. You said
come on, fam.
No, no. You said I don't have to really ask you. You said black men are predisposed to and drawn to drama and fuckery and entertainment.
The black community.
The black community. So that would be a greater motivation to watch these videos as opposed to those.
Is that a question? Is that a statement? I'm not.
I stopped talking.
I'm just focusing on supply and demand. I point out that it is a supply and demand situation, and I find it funny in a dark humor sort of way, and I make fun of it.
Supply and demand means it means that the demand exists, so then they supply the demand. They didn't create the demand. You said the demand came from culture.
All I'm saying is this: both sides are culpable.
Said that these niggas are to blame for nobody wanting to watch progressive shit.
Both sides are culpable, and both sides are filling in a desire from hurt and traumatized people, but they are creating content that clutters up the opportunity for other.
But these niggas are broke. So let me ask you something.
Okay. So we're inserting a whole different part of the topic in there now. Weird.
No, because you keep saying, because I'm not gonna get nothing direct from you with that. You dancing, bro. So let me ask you this. Bro.
No, you're dancing. That's wild, fam.
Explain how I'm dancing.
Because you just pivoted over to the niggas are broke conversation. I'm trying to get you to focus on the fact of what I'm saying. This is a parasitic supply and demand situation that is taking advantage of the fact that niggas know people love fucking drama. But here's the thing: I openly admit. Wait. Yes, I openly admit that I'm willing to say, hey, y'all niggas want fuckery, so here's my version of the fuckery. I will make fun of the fact that I will make fun of. Yes, while still doing it, though.
So
I still do it.
Is it getting?
Less than fuckery content. I've already said that, fam.
Okay,
I've openly admitted all of this. I've openly admitted all of this.
Okay, so so you also said, and I'm
just making fun of. I'm making fun of fuckery.
You said that nobody wants to watch this productive shit because these other guys are making this other shit, and
that does help clutter it up. Yeah,
their blue magic is better than your red magic. Is what you're saying?
No. Black people for whatever reason, all kind of different reasons, like fuckery. But there are two sides that are culpable, Marcus. There are two sides that are culpable: the demand and the suppliers.
Right.
And the suppliers, by default, the fact that they're supplying it does actually clutter up the bandwidth of possible content that one could consume on any given day if it was progressive content. Meanwhile, there are guys who are still crying and complaining about their positions in life. So everybody's fucking culpable.
So basically, we should make videos that nobody wants to watch.
Everybody make whatever the fuck they want to make. I'm gonna figure out, because I'm a hustler, I'm gonna figure out how to make some money off of it while still giving a positive message and doing some nigga shit and making fun of it, because I'm not perfect and I like nigga shit too.
Oh, so you
I've said all of this.
We all from the same environment, right? So, because
I never said I don't not like nigga shit. I'm here for the nigga shit. I'm down for nigga shit. Yes.
No, hold on. You actually on your channel asked me, why would I continue to associate with somebody like BGS, who you indicted on being a grifter, right? But hold on. But here you are saying, because you played the moral high road in that discussion. But here you are saying, well, I like fuckery too, and I might as well get paid.
Yes.
So if somebody gonna sell the crack to the crackheads, I might as well get me some money, right? That's your logic.
Oh, sell crack to the crackheads while every
So,
stream
all right.
offering direct messages of how you shouldn't be down bad. I'll make fun of guys. I'll make fun. Let me say it. I make fun of guys who are crying about being down bad about women while offering solutions on how to not be down bad about women. And people give me a little bit of money for it.
Down bad again. You can't grift
Guys who I've heard. Okay, grift or not grift or whatever. Well, the grift part is this: like on your stream, when some guy who says, I'm an advocate for black men, it's my job to help black men, but it's my job to basically tell them what they want to hear, even though I don't think it's going to work.
Right.
That's someone admitting to a fucking grift.
No,
and the fact that you won't admit that is pretty wild. I'm not doing that.
You know what that is? And I said it on your stream, bro. And BGS knows how I feel about it. That's your interpretation, because you that's your, okay. So here we go again. Where
I'm sorry, Grim. That was funny. My bad.
Hold on. So you get to tell me about my associate and your observation through watching all these videos stands firmer than my conversations with this same man. Understand this?
No, I'm just going with his admission. I'm just going by his statement.
No, I'm going by a statement.
I'm just going by his statement,
man. I'm going by a statement too. So let me tell you what it is. And I told you then, and I'll say it again. BGS is a pro-black nationalist. He's a pro-black nationalist. It is, and I actually, you can watch my video again. I said, do you, BGS Idmore, feel is that there should be a genuine attempt to save the community? And he said, yes. You know what that told me? That means he's hopeful. Understand how old this man is and understand the history in which he comes from. I got a bunch of dudes around me that are pro-black nationalist guys, pro-black, whatever. And I tell them motherfuckers every day, nigga, it's over. It's over. And they don't like to hear me say it. So when BGS made that statement that he made on my stream, I didn't press him about it. If I ask you a question, you give me an answer, right? And I at some point I can ask follow-up questions, but eventually I have to accept your answer. I asked him, do you feel? I said, genuine for what? You can watch it again. Because I pressed him about it. But it is my belief that when it comes to him feeling like there should be a genuine attempt, that he's hopeful. He's from that era where we needed to save the community. So what he would like to happen, in my opinion, because nigga, you ain't finna tell me what my opinion is. In my opinion, what he wants is he wants to bring the women back to the table. That's what he wants to do. The proverbial table. It's not about, oh, I'm doing what these niggas want to do. No, you're one of the guys who wants to do it. I said that on your stream that night.
But that's not what he said.
No, fuck what he, okay, so again, I know this man better than you. I'm telling you.
So just sidestep what he said. Never mind what he said out his own mouth then. That makes sense.
He didn't say what you're saying.
Fam.
He didn't say what you're saying.
Can you pull up the timestamp?
Hold on. What I realize about you in these discussions is that, and you talking about me with the, you know, I realize you sensationalize shit, and it works. I guess. Just like Dennis, he sensationalizes shit, and it brings him a lot of views. Understand this, bro. You're the guy who wanted to get the drugs out of the community. And when that didn't work, you decided to sell drugs. Right? So now you're the drug dealer that didn't want drugs to be sold. You say, fuck it, these niggas is getting money. So fuck it, these crackheads ain't shit. Fuck it, I might as well sell drugs too.
Not really.
Right? No, this. So let me move on. The other part of it is this. You make your observations, and based on your observations, you form these alternative facts. and you walk away with those, and no matter what anyone tells, I mean, we can agree to disagree. You know how many, you know how often I've heard that? Not from men. That's I said what I said, right? At the end of the day, I'm telling you about a man I know. And I'll tell BGS that shit that he said about, oh, it's not my wish, it's what they want. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. It is my position that BGS wants to save the community. He would like the community to be saved.
Despite what he said.
Despite what he said.
Out of his own mouth.
I said it on your shit. I said it on my stream the other day. I think it was either Black Manosphere Revival, 1.0 Revival, or the other one. I said that I doubled down, I tripled down, I quadrupled down on that position. It is my belief that BGS Idmore, he's a pro-black nationalist. He comes from pro-black space. He's an older guy. He comes from that era where they were trying to get the community back. Now he's at an age where he's like, this shit ain't gonna work, but if we can make it happen, fuck it. If these guys want to do it, I'm with them. That's his position. I don't agree with it. I will not sacrifice myself, my time, my effort, or my resources into that idea. And I, on my channel, tell other motherfuckers not to do it. He wants that to happen. You somehow have segued that into some sort of grift, right? Where he's talking to a bunch of guys who you're trying to tell how to get skills and resources, who apparently these guys must not have skills and resources. I just don't understand how you grift motherfuckers who don't got shit. If they don't got shit, if they need your information so that they contain skills and resources, how does BGS Idmore have more sway on these guys than someone like you? And these guys are being grifted for the money they don't have. If the Manosphere is by and large a bunch of broke, dusty, goofy niggas complaining about bitches, how do you grift them? Women are the biggest consumers out this motherfucker. It would behoove a grifter to grift them bitches.
All right, so I guess despite what he said and how it conflicts with what you're saying, I'll just accept the whole narrative that you've spun and how you've set me straight on everything. Because apparently that's how this would have to work. Because I'm just in the objective realm of listening to your stream, where the thing is, a lot of what BGS says, I agree with. I don't really have like some kind of beef with BGS. My whole thing is to point out the simple concept of any kind of black man trying to operate like he's some type of leader of other black men. And I think we can acknowledge that there's a lot of black men out here who are hurt and who are lost. We talk about the whole idea of baby mamas and all this type of shit. I talk about the idea of generational arrested development, so we can objectively understand there are lost young men out here. There are grown ass men in adult bodies. There are some broke dudes that operate around in space. There are some guys who got money and are still goofy about women, who've been hurt by women, this, that, and the third. All I'm saying is, let's get to a point where it's not some type of cyclical trauma type scenario. Let's not try to run experiments on guys, whether we think it's gonna actually work or it's not gonna work because you feel that he truly believes in it. Meanwhile, he's saying he doesn't. So some kind of deception is going on. But if you point that out, then guys come run cover and try to force you to understand it from your perspective. So it's just like, fam, all this stuff is hilarious to me. So I just fucking make fun of it. And the thing is, wait, let me finish. I'll just wrap it up like this. In my own little pocket of Black Manosphere, Black YouTube shit, 3,500 followers. I make videos from time to time analyzing my observations, the totality of my 5 years here. And I see the down badness of guys, some guys out of my totality of being here. And I've offered solutions on how to not be down bad based on things that are accessible to any guy. And I say, hey, please do it while you're younger, while you're not 45. I've been saying that exact same message over and over. Now, I talk about the skills and resources point to the degree of just a broad stroke concept of, hey, get more skills so you have more resources to where whatever your complaints are, you have a better position of creating more options for yourself. If any space that claims to be advocating for black men will push back against that and want to play this leader faction game, run cover game, whatever, cyclical discussions game. Let me finish. If guys are going to push back against that and want to keep doing that, if anybody pushes back or says they are not understanding of what I'm saying, I'm going to make fun of any guy who wants to stay down bad. Okay. And if I can figure out a way to monetize that, then yes, I'll do that while still saying, hey, get skills, resources. Hey, by the way, from time to time, I'll do a stream showing some editing or motion graphic shit. That's it. Real simple. In my own little pocket. I'm nobody. I'm a failed Black Manosphere channel. I'm a nobody. I accept that. I am not with this shit here. I'm on some whole different shit. I'm not better than anybody. Anybody can change their life, do real shit to where you don't need to complain about Keisha at all. You can move that way. Dudes can do that. Hey, whenever the guys get fed up, the cyclical discussions, because clearly you see some guys are like, yeah, this shit is kind of old. For the guys that are tired of that shit,
he cut off. You cut off, bro. Can't hear you. I'll wait till I hear yo.
He's gonna come back.
Finish your point.
Yeah. No, so very simple. I'm laying out my whole get down. I know to some degree you understand what I'm saying. Black men, let's do better. Put yourself in a position where you mitigate the drama and you're less likely to even have to sit there and complain about women. Let's move to change the overall brand of black men. And if you push back against that, I'm gonna switch to nigga mode and make fun of you. And if I can monetize making fun of you in my tiny little failed Manosphere space, then cool. I'm not a threat to anybody. I'm not trying to be nobody's leader. Y'all got it. But I'm gonna still have my black male voice and make fun of goofy shit. Simple. So okay. Let me rock. Let me rock. No, but I'm nobody.
Okay. So check this out. And we're gonna wrap this up soon, right? Because we've been on here for 4 hours, 31 minutes. Okay. It's been an interesting discussion to say the least. I'm sure niggas will talk about it. I'm sure this would be one of those. Okay. I want to say this, right? Again, I've watched a lot of your recent videos. And I'm gonna say something. I do not want you to take this fucked up. I'm gonna say it. Because again, this is I keep it 100. I'm gonna say this. I don't want you to feel fucked up. But bro, the last 4 videos that you've made, they're released, the streams are at least an hour long, right? And everything that you just said just now, cyclical discuss, like I know, like it's almost like you got that shit printed on paper in front of you when you go live. Like it's be the same, like when you say cyclical discussions on us, understand we talk about current events. We talk about politics. Bernard Riley talks about politics. He runs a conservative channel. We talk about I debate the conservatives over there. I even debate the liberals over there. There are political discussions that take place. There are discussions about, current events, right? Whether they have to do with black women or not, right? We talk about BGS himself, and this isn't about me defending BGS. Again, you and BGS issue, you having an issue or not an issue with BGS. This isn't, don't get me twisted with Ed, bro. I'm gonna say that, and I want niggas to hear it. Oh, he dropped off. I'll wait for him to come back. But don't get me twisted with Ed, where it's this thing where, oh, you can't talk about BGS. Because that's not what this is. Understand that. We have discussions about all these things. BGS got videos on crypto and blockchain and these sorts of things like that. I watch a lot of his videos. I watch Green Gorilla channel videos. So this all day, we talk about women or we complaining about women. That shit is a misnomer. Yes, we have discussions about women. We do. We all put out videos. I got you. We all put out videos where we discuss, things that have nothing to do with black women. That have nothing to do, and that links for AM1. If you're not AM1, I'm not pulling you up. This is a one-on-one, no panel. We have all these sorts of videos. We, meaning Doc Neal, all the PhDs, you know, everybody I associate with, and I even watch videos of guys that I don't associate with in the Black Manosphere that have videos where the conversation extends beyond Black women. We're not complaining about bitches. Please come back to us. This content is for men. It's for them to understand and know that the monster that they are dealing with, and that was told to them that these are your women, these are your sisters, right? That's what this shit is mostly in the conversations that I'm in. Now, the little podcasts or whatever, where they got the panels of women or pearly things and all that shit, again, that's not Black Manosphere. It's not Black Manosphere. I dropped the link again, bro. No, it was always planned to be a one-on-one, bro. I was going to start out, but me and A11, we planned this discussion. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. If that's I don't know if that's, yeah, shout out to you, bro. All right. So understand this, right? For me, when I hear guys talk about, yo, y'all need to stop talking about Black women and talk about this, or talk about that, or talk about the price of rice or whatever. And when they tell us what we should talk about, and they don't know that we talk about those things, that means they don't listen, or they just some niggas that don't want to see Keisha get roasted. They don't want to see Keisha get roasted. Me and other guys who I know their names, we get on this shit to tell anybody who is within earshot. I criticize niggas all the time. I say, yo, the divorce rate could be 100%, and y'all niggas will still get married. Niggas know my talking points. I could stand on that shit like a step stool, nigga. If anybody want to go back and clip anything from the Keep It 100 channel, which is me begging a bitch, shaming a bitch, this and that and the other, for the purposes of bringing them back, or asking niggas, what is we going to do? I am willing to give you money if you can go in the history of the videos that I have on this channel and find that content. I've been telling the listeners, and I've been telling other content creators on their panels, no, it ain't happening. Because I've been on this shit since high school. And my brother and my niggas from the block can tell you that. Before there was a fucking internet, I've been saying this shit. And I can vouch for other people. So for anybody to come tell me, no, that's not what they want to do. That's not what their intent is. Their intent is this. I know them niggas better than you do. We talk off the internet. Shout out to Marty McFly. I see you. And Marty is a guy. Marty will tell you, we go at it. We go at it. But that's my nigga. Me and Ed have gone at it. You witnessed me and BGS going back and forth. We don't always agree. This shit isn't a monolith, fam. I can say it, but it stands is true and evident in the videos. And that's what I love about the internet. A nigga can't say what they didn't say, or I ain't say that, or I ain't make a video about that, or they can't put words in my mouth. I know what I'm in these videos saying and not saying. Yo, AM1, I appreciate your bro. It was intense, but I appreciate you for jumping on. Real shit. Real shit. I appreciate you for jumping in here. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Like, all bullshit aside, bro. Because let me tell you what I believe in. I believe in the ability of niggas to disagree and not throw rocks at each other. Oh, Marty ain't got a wrench. My bad, bro. I could have swore this nigga had a wrench. So AM1. AM1. No fucking shade, bro. No fucking shade. Two men with differences of opinion. Just understand when you throw rocks at the Manosphere and I'm Manosphere, just understand how that, like you said, optics, right? Just understand how that looks. That puts me in the space with the goofy niggas complaining about getting bitches. Nigga, I done put my dick in bitches you heard of. If I go into my repertoire and resume, niggas will get offended. Marty, you wrenched up. So understand when you say that, that's how that sounds. When I talk about guys, I'll say niggas' names. And one said this, or Sly said this, or Ramil, or Ty City, or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? What? How far are we at? Okay, it's 4 hours. Look, we gonna do 10. I say 10 minutes because motherfuckers want to jump in here. 10 minutes. 4 hours, 40 minutes. You're gonna come in here. You're gonna say what you got to say. Keep it short and concise. I will hit the mute button if you know what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna highlight AM1. He says, AM1 says, please keep doing what you're doing. I'll do what I do based on my observations. If dogs get hit, they might holler. Keep it 100. It's just entertainment. Check this out. I ain't mad at you, bro. These are just questions that I'm here for the conversation. I don't attack men, I attack ideas. I attack niggas if niggas attack me. You have not attacked me, at least in my estimation. So I will not attack you. There ain't gonna be another video where I call you a sucker, no shit like that. Hopefully. And of course the energy is given to me that the feeling is mutual. We can do this again. You're welcome here. Understand that disagreements, this is where I live. Because we can differ. And then we can go get pizza. You understand what I'm saying? So this ain't the shit that you had with Ed or none of that shit where I'm gonna make a, you know, I was about to do an Ed impression. I ain't gonna do it. Shout out to Ed and condolences to Ed for his loss. And AM1, I appreciate you for stopping by. And BGS is in the building. He said, I get more views talking about politics than AM1 does about skills and resources. And if you think he bullshitting, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. The Black Manosphere speaks on politics. We speak on money. BGS has that video about crypto. BGS, to be honest, his shit runs the gamut. Now, he might be the let's save the community guy, but that ain't all he does. Check out his series on, you know, the male octane scale, which that's his shit. He invented that shit. He invented a lot of shit here, but he invented that shit. So there's no content creator that me and them see 100% eye to eye, but that doesn't mean you throw away the baby with the bathwater. AM1, we agree more than we disagree. BGS, me and BGS agree more than we disagree. And AM1, if you want more proof of me being BGS disagreeing, there's a few videos you need to check out. Me and Ed agree more than we disagree. What I need black men to do is to learn how to disagree without shooting each other. Now, if you want to troll the space, if that's what gets you views, man, hey, look, I can't knock your hustle. Just understand that that takes away from what, in my opinion, is your mission. Because you could have a very successful channel talking about DaVinci Resolve, Adobe Premiere, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe After Effects, video editing, color grading, all of those things. Because the same videos you watch to learn your skills, I'm sure that those guys get views. Those are big channels. Those are big channels. So your hustle could have been that. Another thing that we do in the community, one of my criticisms of the community is as soon as we disagree, we got to slit throats. I've been known to disagree with motherfuckers on here. And everyone who took a shot at me for disagreeing with them, I bust back. So anybody whose name you heard me throw rocks at, shot at me first. And I don't give a fuck if niggas ain't observe it. They shot at me first. But what we need to learn how to do is disagree and be civil about it. Because then you know what it looks like? You doing what you're doing and us doing what we're doing in response to what you're doing. We just look like a bunch of lame niggas arguing over who should or shouldn't talk about bitches. And that's why when I show up to y'all streams, I see all the ratchet bitches in there because they are more amenable to your content than they are to ours. Because y'all telling the Manosphere niggas to shut the fuck up about them. Now, I've said it before. I don't give a fuck about Simps. Whatever Simp happens to Simps, whether it be Shaq or any of these niggas with all this information out here that we put out, that Kevin put out and shit like that, all of these guys that spit in the wind of that information and think that they're going to be the outlier, the special guy that goes into the matrix and comes out clean. They deserve whatever they get for that. You put your head in the mouth of the lion. When that shit get bit off, I will be entertained by watching your headless body move around. So if you about saving the community and you go forth with that mission, whatever happens to you, I will eat a Snickers. The guys who want that content, I put them on that side of the aisle. Understand, AM1. They're on that side of the aisle. I don't care for them. So the guys that you're saying that you're trying to save from the mighty BGS who's leading them astray, those guys, I don't care for them. I'm not here to save them from Keisha or anybody else. Because those are the guys who will give you and I problems. So whatever happens to them, so be it. I'm not here for them. Understand, everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going, you're not going to save everybody. So the people who watched my creating high value video and got something from it, the guys who watch your skills and resources videos and got something from it, that's the audience for that. You can't control who the audience is. The guys who don't want to see it, who will push back on it and go to the fuckery. Okay. Just understand that some of these conversations about Keisha are to lead men in the right direction. They're not for the objectives or the agendas that you spoke about earlier to complain and for us to just have these circular discussions about Keisha. No, some of those conversations are to inform Black men, not only that a lot of shit that was put on them is a lie, but to give them the game and to beware of the shit that, may befall them. For instance, rape by deception, grape by deception. There are laws out there that will have you in jail for the R word because you lied to a bitch. Because you lied to a bitch. Now, I don't know if you knew that, but it's something that I discussed. It's something that the Green Gorilla has discussed, and possibly others. But where are they going to get this information? Before YouTube, there was nowhere for black men to go to get the game about the women that they're dealing with. They couldn't listen to Ricky Lake or Tyra Banks or Oprah because those people were too busy telling those women and giving those women a platform to say niggas ain't shit. So now there's YouTube. And now we have a voice, at least for us. Nobody's trying to convince, I'm not going to say nobody, but the majority of the guys that I see in this space are not trying to convince bitches to change. They are merely pointing out to those who may be unaware or may be in denial that this is what's happening to them. And if after all the videos we make, and after all the pushback we get, and after all the shots we take, you decide that you want to walk the minefield, I hope that your head explodes from the impact. And I mean that shit. I do not sympathize. And I've said it time and time again with the Simp army. Save, rescue. And I ain't talking about dudes who are getting love from black women. I'm talking about all the deniers, all the cape wearing crusaders and shit, all the cape crusaders. You deserve what's coming to you. That's what we're here for. Do we need more skills and resources and money, content, financial advisement, and all of that shit? Absolutely. Absolutely. So for the guys who might be looking at AM1 like, I don't like that guy, understand that there's parts of his argument that are correct. They're correct. I don't throw away babies with bathwater. Where we disagree, we're going to disagree. But what we agree on is that. I'm going to hit the link. I'm going to let 3 people in. Y'all better hit that buzzer like Family Feud because it's almost done. Shout out to AM1. Thank you for joining me, bro. This was a long time coming. So that link is up. Hit that link. We're not about to have a conversation. I want to hear talking points, and then we out of here. Let me shout out my Cash App people. Mike Ferg, I appreciate you for the super chat. I didn't even hit your comment if you made a comment. Shout out to Romello as usual. High value motherfucker, Romello. Mr. Donnie Mac, I don't know if you're here. Another high value person in the Manosphere. See, I know who my high value guys are. Because you can't grift broke niggas. Speaking of high value men.
Hey.
Marty McDuck, what's going on, brother?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Smarty McDuck. Are you swimming in your money bin of money?
What's up? Can you hear me? Is it cool?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I can hear you have that high quality mic that is probably plated with gold. See, this is a joke. These are the jokes about Marty now. He's Marty McDuck, and he swims in his pile of gold. So,
high value microphone.
Yes, high value microphone. I'm sure it's a shore. You see what I did there? I'm sure it's a shore. So, shiny belt buckles.
Oh man, listen. I listen to the conversation, and I hate to talk when people are not present, because it seems, because, you know, I don't duck any smoke anywhere. I actually go into the lion's den. You know, people can join up, you know, we ain't restrictive. But the bottom line is this: after 4+ hours of listening to the back and forth, my only thing is like this. I hear what he's saying, but where I'm coming at it is like, you've let me just test some YouTube IQ here. Has anybody here heard of Marquise Brownlee? Is anybody? You know,
Press one if you heard of was it Marquise Brownlee? Type the name. Can you type the name in the chat?
Yeah. Let me get his channel. Actually, hold on one second. I got it right here.
Well, right now, first type in his name so I can display it so that people can know who you might be talking about.
Yeah, I will do it right now. Give me 1 second. And it's an important reason why I bring this up.
There's a couple of guys saying one. So yes, they are.
Yeah, that's one of his videos. You can go right to his channel from the video. And the reason why I bring this up is because when we have the discussion on skills and resources, you A, have to be better than somebody, or B, have to have the knowledge to be better. So when people say receipts, I produce them. Marquise Brownlee, right? This guy has well over 1 million followers, and he talks about the very thing that the gentleman here earlier was speaking on. But the difference is people actually want to hear what he's got to say because he's good. See, when you're good at something, whatever it is, photos, video, finance, women, things just happen for you. You don't have to force anybody's hand. And, you know, there's always going to be haters, right? So a lot of times in this space, what we like to do when we're not good enough, we like to say and point fingers, it's his fault. Oh, I'm not getting the looks because that man over there, wah. You know, and the thing about me, I'm not here for space and views and money. So my motivations are pure because I have enough money, because I'm that good to where I don't have to work, even though I am great at what I do, which is a subset of what I actually do, which is camera work and video editing and photos and traveling and showing receipts. That is a binary, subset of what I actually do. I don't really tell guys what I actually do. That really brings in the Martin McDucks. So, I just say all that to say, like, listen, when you're good at something, you don't have to blame the next man. And if you're going to talk about skills and resources, well, you better be damn better than me at those said skills and resources. And I'm going to tell you why I said that. Because I don't do that camera stuff as my main focus in life. But I'm better at a lot of guys that do it professionally. And I have no qualms about saying that because I put the work in. I put the time in. I know what I'm talking about. I can have those discussions. And more importantly, I can do the work. And more importantly than that, I can actually show the work. You can put my work against anybody in the space, whether they're here or they're asleep. And 9 times out of 10, I will shine through, point blank. And I have recent work. See, when you go to my page, and again, I'm not here trying to push my page or anything, because YouTube for me is fun. But there's stuff on there from last week or a few days ago. You know, there's my reels are consistent with this year. I don't have reels from 3-4 years ago that are backdated. And that's no shot over the bow to anybody, you know, here or not here. But, if we're going to talk skills and resources, but it's got to come from a resource that can be verified. And you got to be good at what you do, because you can have this brain of everything, to talk about. But if nobody wants to listen to you, what good is it? Right. And it's kind of what we do with dating. Like, that's like the good guy saying, oh, I'm a good guy. How come you're over there talking to Brad? So you have all these lames hating on the next nigga when they should just really be gaming themselves up. So it's like, for me, it just sounded like a bunch of crying for 4 hours of why we're not successful doing what we want to do. Like I'm not getting the views I want because this man over here, he has these guys' minds. And I'm looking at it like this. I look at life differently. I look at there's winners and losers. Now, some people are not satisfied with just being a loser that you are. And again, that's no shot to anybody, because I don't like to talk about people that's not here. But you know how I speak. I call it down the middle. When you do the work and you're that good, you don't have to convince nobody of nothing. Period. You know what happens? People come to you and offer up their money like a sacrifice. You ever seen girls that really like a nigga? They say, just take it. You know, and let's relate it to YouTube. Take my views. Take my money. If you don't have that kind of interaction with the audience, nigga, that's a you problem. That's not BGS's fault. That's not Ed's fault. You know, that's nobody's fault but yourself. So if we're going to be in this space and we're going to really talk accountability, let's start right there, because it's your fault. It's your fault because you're broke. It's your fault you still have to work. It's your fault you're not good enough and your skills and resources don't compare to Marty's. That's not my fault. There's a lot of guys out there that's better than me, and kudos to them. But the facts of the matter is this: if I don't do this full time and I'm better than you, how dare you talk about skills and resources and you're not even on the same level as Marty? And I don't do this full time.
So
I don't do anything full time. I'm retired because I kind of like that.
We at the 5 hour mark, bro. So I'm gonna have to cut you short, man.
Yeah. That's just Marty thoughts. You know, me and my bullshit. So like I said, I don't like talking about anybody if I'm not there with them. So I'll just leave it there.
I appreciate you for jumping in here, man.
All right, man. Cool.
Let me wrap this up because it's 5 hours in. But I appreciate you. I'm gonna holler at you.
All right, cool.
All right, no doubt. So what I want to say is this to end this off. And maybe niggas will clip this or they won't. But there's this narrative that, and me and BGS discussed this, but there's this narrative that niggas in the Manosphere are either broke and don't get no pussy. Now, I would imagine that this applies to some of the guys here. But let me tell you, I've been making these observations and points of view since my teens, right? These things that I'm saying, and I'm speaking for myself, don't come from a place of somebody hurt me. Oh, who hurt you? This and that and third. I've been an entrepreneur for a long time. A long time. The shit that I'm doing, I've been doing for a long time. And niggas know in real life, I've been doing this a long time. To say that all you got to do, black man, is get some money and be successful. And all this shit, whether it be, and this is a talking point that me and AM1 didn't get to, but I heard him say something to the effect of white supremacy is the boogeyman, right? Oh, by the way, the Revelator, appreciate you for the Cash App. And Maul, Janfar 777. Shout out to you for the super chat. I hope you guys are still here. I'll shout you out in the community tab. Everybody who left Cash Apps will be shouted out in the community tab. Just understand that this thing where all you got to do is this, and the bitches will do this, or none of this will happen to you. Or black men have been getting told this same line of bullshit for decades. If you talk right, if you act right, if you get an education, if you learn how to do this, or if you get some money and this and that, all of these different things that you're dealing with, your women that act right, and you could sit down and eat at the restaurant, you could join the country club and all this other nonsense that they tell niggas, it would imply that the men who are doing this don't have these issues, and the men that do have these issues are just lazy, apathetic, good for nothing niggas. I'm sick of this narrative. In my entrepreneurial efforts, there are numerous times that I've done business with white people in a different stream. We can discuss my experiences with them, and they weren't all positive. As a black man, you will experience most of that shit when you leave the community and you're trying to build resources. Shout out to Dr. Neil, because he dropped some fire on that Dr. T shit where he kind of said what I just said. You want to stay in the hood, hustle, this and that, okay. You won't encounter too much of that shit. But as soon as you're trying to build some shit and not be the nigga that they say you are, that's when you will realize how real that shit is. So when I hear guys say shit like white supremacy is the boogeyman, or all you got to do is this, black man, and all of that shit will just tumble down and like dominoes, I then have to question, are you doing the things that you say you're doing? Are you doing? Are you in those spaces? Are you in those spaces around these people? Because if you leave your community and you go and you operate into some of these spaces where wealth is built, you will encounter some of that shit that I know Ye has encountered, that I know he's encountered. If you think white supremacy is some imaginary shit, I need to know what spaces you flow through. Aside from that, there are men 6 and 7 figures going through shit with women, white and black. There is an entire white manosphere, and a lot of their conversations revolve around women. And a lot of those men have skills and resources. Nobody shows up to the white manosphere channels and said, hey, stop talking about the white queens. That's all y'all motherfuckers do is complain about the white queens. The white manosphere is bigger than the black manosphere. The white manosphere content creators generate more money than the black content creators in the black manosphere. And their discussions revolve around women. If you have a dick, you will talk about women in one way or another. And if you go through some shit with a chick, you gonna call your mans, yo, god damn, you wouldn't believe what this bitch did today. Ain't too many niggas in the chat that ain't never say them words. So the shaming of black men to quit talking about women like every other swinging dick motherfucker does. And in those spaces, whether you want to talk about General Manosphere, White Manosphere, Fresh and Fit, Rollo Tomasi, they make big bank. So these conversations do not produce broke niggas. These conversations do not produce realities where niggas don't have skills or resources. You know what produces that? Culture. A culture of single mamas, bad womb management, and the shit we talk about here, the fuckboy machine. And that's why we speaking on it. I'm with AN1 where he says he doesn't want, black men to sign the government marriage contract. Y'all know where I stand on that. I'm not the motherfucker saying, hey, get you a white girl. To me, we have a Western woman problem. And some of y'all might think leaving black women alone, going to a white girl in America. I want to tell you that if you think white women are the answer, talk to white men. They got a whole manosphere they can tell you about what the fuck is going on over there. your Tom Likas, your whoever. Okay? So black men talking about women is no different than any other race or group of men talking about women and their issues with women. Now, what to do about it? We discussed that too. It's been discussed at length here and on other channels in the Black Manosphere. Solutions based. Now, whether dudes want to take your solutions is on them. But we've discussed the solutions. The solutions have been discussed. I have definitely discussed them. Now, BGS is right. I don't know about the numbers, but he has said there is a contingency of black men who say, you know what, in the face of all these stats and figures that you've shown us, not women, not Keisha, look at these stats. Now you need to get the act right, because I don't know who those guys are. Who I do know is Black Manosphere guys who put out the content with this factual information to show men this is the bitch that you still want. And those men that say, ooh, I don't care, because I believe that these are our women and I'm going to need to find me one and this and that. Well, nigga, if you lose a pinky, if you lose a leg, if you lose your head, Marcus and AM1 will be laughing at you. And if you don't like the sound of that song, so be it. This was Disagreement Day. But you can't grift broke niggas. So while I won't tell guys what they can't, videos they can or can't make on YouTube, because I can't control niggas, what I will say is, if you want to get some bread, go tell Keisha to put the crown on her head, because that's where the money is. There's no money talking about Keisha to black men. There's no money here. Not enough for you to pay your rent and eat on and drive a nice car. If you want to really eat, throw niggas under the bus. Now, this is not me telling you don't do your content. This is me saying what works. So trust me, most of the guys here that are saying the things that we're saying ain't here for money, because there's no money here. There's no money in the real advocacy offline for black men or boys. It's no money. The money is in the cooning and in the simping. And whoever disagrees with that, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. When I say Black Manosphere, I ain't talking about general. Don't give me Fresh and Fit. Don't even give me O'Shea. Don't give me anyone that has denounced this space. I want to hear who is caking off this shit. And you might have a different definition of money than I do. This was Disagreement Day. We're going to do this again. Again, another shout out to AM1. I appreciate it. This was 5 hours long. Again, just like that other shit. Anyway, I'm out. Appreciate you. Marty McDuck. I'm going to holler at you. Peace out. We out of here. 100.